1980. Fall asleep to hilarious history, being a record of the absurdities, vanities, and electrified humbugs. Mark Twain. Copyright 2026. James Henderson. God made the idiot for practice. Then he made the 1980s. This was a decade where man decided that if he could not be wise, he could at least be shiny. The author's preface. Chapter 1. The Resurrection of the Mustache. It has been wisely said that when the great architect of the universe fashioned the human countenance, he did so with the intent that it should serve as a mirror to the soul, or at the very least, a reasonably clear window, through which one's creditors might identify the debtor before he has a chance to duck down an alleyway. However, by the time the year of our Lord 1980 rolled around, clattering into existence like a loose-wheeled grocery cart on a cobblestone street, the men of this republic decided, with a suddenness that bordered on the miraculous, that the soul was better off boarded up behind a thick, fibrous thicket of facial hair. I speak, of course, of the great resurrection of the mustache. In my younger days, back when the Mississippi was still a respectable river and hadn't been entirely diverted to fill the swimming pools of suburbanites, a mustache was a mark of distinction. It was a silver-tipped flourish that suggested the wearer had once fought a duel, or perhaps understood the internal mechanics of a steam engine, or at the very absolute least, had survived a winter in the territories without eating his boots. But the mustache of 1980 is a different breed of beast entirely. It is not an ornament. It is a structural addition. It is a furry horizontal calamity that has taken up residence upon the upper lips of the nation's youth and middle-aged alike, with all the grace and subtlety of a dead beaver draped over a fence rail. I have spent a considerable portion of my afternoon seated upon a park bench, observing this epidemic of lip shrubbery, and I have come to the conclusion that the American man has lost his mind, or perhaps merely his razor, or quite possibly his sense of topographical proportion. Everywhere one looks, one sees the chevron, the horseshoe, or that particularly harrowing variety known as the handlebar, which looks as though the wearer has two desperate squirrels attempting to climb into his nostrils at the same time. Now, there is a peculiar brand of vanity associated with the 1980 mustache. A man does not simply grow it, he curates it. He stands before the looking-glass with the devotion of a monk at prayer, though his god is a jar of scented wax and a pair of tiny silver-handled scissors. He brushes it, he waxes it, he perfumes it, until he smells like a pine forest that has been violently assaulted by a perfume factory. I witnessed a gentleman yesterday who possessed a mustache of such vast and terrifying proportions that it appeared to have its own weather system. When he spoke, the hair vibrated like the reeds of a cheap harmonica, and when he breathed, the sheer force of the intake threatened to vacuum the buttons right off his neighbor's waistcoat. He carried himself with a gravity that suggested he was carrying the state secrets of a small nation, when in reality he was merely carrying 3 ounces of ginger-colored bristles. The tragedy of the mustache, however, is not found in its appearance, which is merely a comedy, but in its interaction with the basic necessities of human life. Consider, if you will, the act of consuming soup. In a more civilized era, soup was a straightforward affair involving a spoon, a steady hand, and a modicum of dignity. In 1980, for the mustachioed man, soup is a military campaign fraught with peril. Every spoonful of minestrone is a gamble. One does not simply eat, one filters. By the end of a three-course meal, a man's mustache has become a veritable pantry of his recent history. A keen observer could look at a gentleman's face at 8 o'clock in the evening and tell you exactly what he had for lunch, what he had for tea, and whether or not the soup of the day was particularly viscous. I once saw a man attempt to drink a frothy mug of ale with one of these walrus mustaches. It was a harrowing spectacle. He dipped his face into the mug, and when he emerged, he looked as though he had been assaulted by a very small, very angry cloud. The foam clung to his lip rug with a tenacity that would put a barnacle to shame. He spent the next 20 minutes attempting to reclaim his dignity with a linen napkin, but the damage was done. He had ceased to be a man and had become a damp, yeasty monument to his own poor judgment. One must ask why. What has driven the populace to this hirsute madness? Some point to the influence of the television, a magic box of flickering shadows that has replaced the hearth as the center of the American home. On this box, there is a gentleman named Mr. Selleck, who possesses a mustache of such rugged authority and architectural soundness that it has apparently convinced every insurance salesman in the Midwest that if they too can cultivate a similar patch of fur, they will suddenly find themselves driving a red sports car in Hawaii and solving crimes between lunch and dinner. It is a grand humbug. A mustache does not make a man a hero any more than a coat of paint makes a barn a cathedral. Yet they persist. I see youths who can barely grow a decent crop of hay on their chins attempting to force a mustache into existence through sheer agonizing willpower. The result is usually a tragic wispy affair, what I call the starter mustache, or the dirt stash. It looks like nothing so much as a smudge of soot that someone forgot to wipe away in the morning. It is the facial equivalent of a lie. It promises a maturity that the rest of the face is not yet prepared to deliver. It is a sad, transparent attempt to appear worldly, like a child wearing his father's oversized boots and wondering why he keeps tripping over the carpet. And then there is the matter of romance. I am told, though I find it hard to believe, as my faith in the common sense of the fairer sex is generally quite high, that the ladies of 1980 find these facial hedges attractive. I can only assume that the modern woman has developed a sudden, inexplicable fondness for the sensation of being kissed by a wet broom or a very small, very affectionate porcupine. In my day, a woman expected to see the face of the man who was courting her. She wanted to know if he was smiling or frowning, or perhaps concealing a look of profound confusion regarding the price of cattle. With a 1980 mustache, all such emotional cues are lost. A man could be declaring his undying love or planning a bank robbery, and his face would remain as inscrutable as a brick wall. The mustache acts as a sort of emotional bulkhead, preventing any hint of human feeling from leaking out into the world. It is a mask that one never has to take off. I encountered a friend of mine recently, a Mr. Higgins, who had recently succumbed to the craze. Higgins is a man of mild temperament and even milder features, or at least he was, until he sprouted a horseshoe that swept down past his chin like a pair of drooping tusks. He looked like a man who had been cursed by a wizard to slowly turn into a walrus, starting with the lip. "How do you like it, Twain?" he asked me, preening himself and stroking the bristles with a look of smug contentment. "Higgins," I said, "it is a masterpiece of horticulture. It is a triumph of the will over the razor, But tell me, does it require much water, or does it thrive on the ambient humidity of your own self-satisfaction? He didn't take it well. A man is never so sensitive as when he is defending a questionable fashion choice. He informed me that the mustache was a symbol of his newfound freedom. Freedom from what, I couldn't say. Freedom from the burden of seeing his own upper lip, perhaps, or freedom from the necessity of being taken seriously by anyone with a functioning pair of eyes. But the mustache is only the beginning. It is the gateway drug to a whole host of 1980 absurdities. Once a man has committed to the lip rug, he inevitably finds himself drawn toward the cologne, a chemical concoction that smells like a forest fire in a perfume factory. He begins to wear shirts with collars so large they could be used as emergency sails in the event of a shipwreck. He buys shoes with heels that add 2 inches to his height, but subtract 20 points from his dignity. He begins to talk about investment portfolios and aerobic capacity, as if these were things a gentleman should concern himself with in polite company. It is a decade of more. More hair, more smell, more polyester, more noise. We have traded the quiet grace of the past for a loud, vibrating present. We have decided that if we cannot be wise, we can at least be noticeable. And nothing is quite so noticeable as a man who has decided to transform his face into a topiary project. I shall remain clean-shaven, or at least reasonably so. I prefer to face the world with my features exposed, so that when I laugh at the preposterousness of it all, people can at least see where the sound is coming from. Let the youth of 1980 have their caterpillars and their soup filters. I will keep my dignity, and more importantly, I will keep my soup on my spoon and out of my upholstery. For if the mustache is the measure of a man, then we are truly living in an age of giants. But I suspect it is merely the measure of our vanity, and in that regard we have never been more colossal. The year 1980 has arrived, and it has brought with it a great many things we did not ask for, but the mustache is the only one that stares back at you in the mirror every morning, demanding to be fed. Chapter 2. On the peculiar magic of the VCR. Man has, since the dawn of his somewhat questionable residence on this planet, harbored a desperate and pathetic desire to control the passage of time. In the ancient days, Joshua commanded the sun to stand still, and it obeyed. Or so the chronicles tell us, though I suspect the sun was merely pausing to wonder what all the shouting was about. In our own century, we have attempted to catch time with the photograph, which freezes a man in a state of perpetual youth, usually while he is wearing a look of profound abdominal distress. But it remained for the year 1980 to provide the common citizen with a machine that purports to snatch a slice of history right out of the air and bottle it up in a black plastic brick for later consumption. I speak of the video cassette recorder, or the VCR, a device so named, I assume, because the great magnetic time thief was considered too honest a title for the marketing department. The VCR is a heavy, brooding box, usually draped in a veneer of wood-grain plastic that would not deceive a blind termite. It sits atop the television set like a gargoyle, guarding a cathedral of mediocrity. Its purpose, we are told, is to allow a man to record his favorite program while he is out performing some other, presumably more useful, labor. Thus, If a gentleman is required to attend a funeral or a tavern brawl during the broadcast of Dallas, he need not despair. He may simply instruct his machine to record the shadows, and when he returns, he can witness the treachery of J.R. Ewing at his own convenience. It is a miracle of science, no doubt, but like most miracles, it comes with a price that is paid primarily in the currency of human sanity. The first thing one notices about the VCR is its face, which is dominated by a digital clock. This clock is the machine's primary method of communication with the outside world, and its message is almost always the same: 12 o'clock. It blinks. It blinks with a rhythmic, hypnotic persistence that would drive a quartz crystal to a nervous breakdown. I have visited the homes of doctors, lawyers, and men who claim to understand the mysteries of the internal combustion engine, and in every single parlor, that clock is blinking 12 o'clock. Setting the time on a VCR is a task that requires the patience of Job, the intellect of Newton, and the nimble fingers of a professional card sharp. One must press a series of buttons in a sequence so complex and illogical that it resembles a secret Masonic ritual. If you miss a beat, or if your thumb slips by a fraction of an inch, the machine punishes you by resetting itself to Monday, January 1st, 1970, a date which, to the VCR, is apparently the beginning of recorded history. Most men eventually surrender. They accept the blinking 12 o'clock as a permanent fixture of their lives, a neon reminder of their own technological impotence. They simply cover the display with a piece of electrical tape and go about their business, pretending the machine isn't mocking them. Then there is the matter of the cassette itself. This is a plastic coffin containing 2 spools of brown magnetic tape. To look upon this tape is to see the very fabric of the 1980s. It is fragile, temperamental, and prone to tangling, a polite word for the machine's occasional desire to eat the tape like a plate of spaghetti. I was recently a guest at the home of my acquaintance, the aforementioned Mr. Higgins, who had just spent a week's wages on a VCR of the VHS variety. He was eager to demonstrate its prowess. He informed me that he had recorded a documentary on the life of the honeybee, and he invited me to witness the spectacle. He slid the tape into the machine's maw with the air of a priest offering a sacrifice. There was a series of mechanical groans, clanks, and whirs, sounds that suggested the VCR was undergoing a painful internal reorganization, and then silence. Suddenly, a scream erupted from the television. Not the scream of a honeybee, I assure you, but the sound of electronic agony. The screen was filled with what is known as snow, a blizzard of white static that looked like a grain elevator exploding in a hurricane. "The tracking!" Higgins shouted, leaping toward the machine. "I must adjust the tracking." The tracking knob is a device clearly invented by Satan during one of his more creative afternoons. Its purpose is to align the tape with the spinning heads of the machine, but its actual function is to provide the user with a false sense of agency. Higgins turned the knob to the left, and the snow shifted slightly to the right. He turned it to the right, and the snow began to vibrate. He spent the next 10 minutes in a state of frantic adjustment, his face inches from the screen, searching for a clear image of a bee. Occasionally, a ghostly wing or a distorted stinger would flicker through the static, only to be swallowed again by the blizzard. "There!" he cried as a blurry yellow shape appeared. "Do you see it, Twain? the majesty of nature. "Higgins," I said, "what I see is a man engaged in a desperate struggle with a box of magnets. If I want to see a bee, I shall go stand in a clover field. The resolution is much higher, and the tracking is handled entirely by the Creator." Eventually, the machine tired of the game and decided to end the performance by eating the tape. There was a sickening, crunching sound, followed by a silence more profound than a tomb. Higgins opened the machine to find 600 feet of magnetic ribbon hopelessly snarled around the internal gears. It looked like the aftermath of a celebratory parade for a very small and very confused hero. He spent the rest of the evening with a butter knife and a pair of tweezers, trying to perform surgery on a plastic brick, while I sat and pondered the beta format, which I am told is superior in every way but will inevitably fail, because the world prefers its catastrophes to be slightly larger and more expensive. But the true genius of the VCR, and I use the word genius, in the same way one might describe a particularly clever pickpocket, is the video rental store. This is a new type of establishment that has sprung up in the corners of our cities, usually nestled between a laundromat and a shop that sells nothing but silk flowers. In a video store, one may pay a small fee to borrow a movie for 24 hours. It sounds like a bargain, until one realizes that the human race is fundamentally incapable of returning anything on time. The late fee is the primary engine of the American economy in 1980. I have seen men who would not hesitate to cheat their own grandmother out of a nickel tremble with fear at the thought of being 2 hours late with a copy of Smokey and the Bandit. And let us not forget the commandment, be kind, rewind. This is the moral law of the new era. To return a tape that has not been rewound to the beginning is considered a social transgression on par with spitting in the punch bowl at a wedding. There are even machines sold separately, fast rewinders, shaped like miniature sports cars, whose sole purpose is to spin the tape back to the start so that you don't wear out the motors of your primary machine. We have reached a point where we are buying machines to serve our other machines. It is a mechanical feudal system, and we are the serfs, scurrying about with our plastic bricks, trying to satisfy the whims of a blinking 12 o'clock. The VCR has also given birth to the remote control. In the old days, if a man wished to change the channel, he was forced to stand up, walk across the room, and physically turn a dial. This provided him with a modicum of exercise and allowed him to maintain a sense of command over his household. The modern remote control, which in its current form is often attached to the VCR by a long umbilical cord, allows a man to remain slumped in his armchair like a sack of damp flour. He can flip through the channels with a flick of his thumb, never staying on one long enough to understand what is happening, but satisfied in the knowledge that he is the master of all he surveys. It is a strange and frantic progress. We are recording history faster than we can live it. We have shelves full of tapes containing special events that we will never watch again, preserved in a format that will likely be obsolete by the time the dust settles. We are hoarding shadows. I suspect that 100 years from now, archaeologists will dig up these black plastic bricks and wonder if they were some form of religious icon. They will see the blinking 12 o'clock and conclude that the people of 1980 were a tribe of sun worshippers who were perpetually 12 minutes late for everything. And they won't be entirely wrong, for in our rush to capture the moment, We have forgotten how to sit still and simply watch the river flow without feeling the need to check if the record light is on. But such is the way of the Republic. We are a nation of inventors, even when we have nothing left to invent but new ways to frustrate ourselves. I shall leave the VCR to Higgins and his honeybees. I prefer a book. The tracking is always perfect, the battery never dies, and if I want to rewind, I simply turn the page back with my thumb. It is a quiet, dignified magic, and it never, under any circumstances, blinks 12 o'clock at me in the middle of the night. Chapter 3. The Miracle of the Rubik's Cube. It has often been remarked that the human mind is a noble instrument, capable of weighing the stars, charting the currents of the deepest oceans, and inventing a variety of complex excuses for why it has not yet paid the electric bill. However, the year of our Lord 1980 has seen the introduction of a device specifically designed to prove that the human mind is, in fact, a very small and very easily confused walnut. I refer to a colorful plastic calamity known as the Rubik's Cube. This object, we are told, was invented by a Hungarian professor of architecture named Erno Rubik. I have never met the professor, but I suspect he is a man of profound and settled melancholy who decided that if he could not find peace in this world, he would ensure that no one else did either. He has exported more concentrated frustration in a 3-inch box than all the tax collectors in the history of the Roman Empire. To the uninitiated, those fortunate souls who have perhaps spent the last few months in a cave or a very deep well, the cube appears harmless enough. It is a simple block consisting of 26 smaller cubes, or cubies, as the enthusiasts call them, with a terrifying lack of irony. Each of the 6 faces is covered in 9 stickers of a different garish color: white, yellow, orange, red, green, and blue. When the device is fresh from the shop, it is a thing of geometric beauty, a perfectly ordered universe where every color knows its place and stays there. But then comes the scramble. The scramble is the original sin of the 1980s. A man picks up the cube, gives it a casual twist here and a flick there, and in 3 seconds he has undone the work of a creator. He has transformed order into chaos. He looks down at the mess of mismatched colors and thinks to himself, with the misplaced confidence of a politician on election night, "I shall have this sorted out by tea time." Poor deluded fool. He has just entered a labyrinth from which there is no escape, save through the intervention of a heavy hammer or a very hot fire. I have spent a week observing the effect of the cube upon the citizenry, and the results are harrowing. I have seen men of high standing, judges, doctors, men who could calculate the trajectory of a comet or navigate a steamboat through a midnight fog, reduced to whimpering wrecks by this Hungarian humbug. They sit in park benches, their brows furrowed, their fingers twitching in a rhythmic click-clack, click-clack that sounds like the heartbeat of a clockwork demon. They no longer look at the scenery. They no longer speak to their wives. They do not even notice when a pigeon alights upon their hat. They are cubing. The mathematicians, a class of people who generally enjoy things that make the rest of us want to take a nap, inform us that there are 43 quintillion possible configurations of the cube. I do not know how much a quintillion is, but I am told that if you had a quintillion of something, you would have quite a lot of it, and you would certainly need a larger barn to keep it in. And yet, out of those 43 quintillion paths to madness, there is only one that leads back to the light. It is a statistical insult. It is like being dropped in the middle of the Sahara Desert and being told that if you hop on one leg in exactly the right direction for 400 miles, you will find a cold glass of lemonade. The struggle usually follows a predictable pattern. In the first hour, the victim is hopeful. He manages to get the white side completely aligned. He shows it to his neighbors. He preens. He feels like a titan of industry. He then attempts to solve the second layer, and in doing so, he accidentally disintegrates the white side he worked so hard to build. His smile wavers. By the third hour, the swearing begins. It is a low, persistent muttering at first, a litany of grievances directed at the color orange. By the sixth hour, he is researching the cost of airfare to Budapest, so that he may personally express his feelings to Professor Rubik with a stout walking stick. The cube has given rise to a new and particularly loathsome species of human, the speed cuber. This is usually a boy of 12 or 13 years with thick spectacles and a persistent sniffle who can take a scrambled cube and return it to its pristine state in less time than it takes a grown man to find his spectacles. He does this with a series of algorithms, a word that sounds like a Greek curse and feels like one too. To watch a speed cuber is to witness a man whose nervous system has been replaced by high-voltage wiring. His fingers move in a blur of motion, the cube screaming in protest as its joints are forced to revolve at impossible speeds. When he finishes, he slams the cube onto the table and looks at you with a cold, triumphant pity that makes you want to go home and burn your library. It is an affront to the natural order of things. A child should be out climbing trees or getting into respectable trouble, not mastering the fourth dimension with a plastic toy. Naturally, where there is a problem, there is a profit to be made. The bookstores are currently overflowing with solution books. I purchased one myself, titled You Can Do the Cube. It was written in a language that purported to be English, but was actually a dense thicket of right inverted, left down, and front clockwise. I followed the instructions for 45 minutes and ended up with a cube that looked exactly as it had when I started, except that I had developed a cramp in my thumb and a profound desire to kick the dog. These books are the patent medicines of the mind. They promise a cure for your inadequacy, but they only succeed in making you feel more foolish for having paid $3 for the privilege. There are, of course, other ways to solve the cube. I have seen a man of great ingenuity and even greater dishonesty who simply peeled the stickers off and glued them back on in the correct order. He sat there with a pot of paste and a look of grim determination, handcrafting his own victory. I respect that man. He understood that the cube is not a puzzle to be solved, but an enemy to be defeated by any means necessary. Another gentleman of my acquaintance decided to solve the problem by simply painting the entire cube a uniform shade of battleship gray. He informed me that it was now perfectly aligned, and that he had never felt more at peace. He is currently residing in a very quiet institution where the walls are padded and the cubes are strictly forbidden. But why do we do it? Why does the American public, which already has enough to worry about with the price of gasoline and the possibility of a nuclear winter, decide to spend its leisure hours being bullied by a six-colored brick? I believe it is because we are a nation of tinkerers. We believe that everything in this world has a handle, if only we can find it. We believe that chaos is merely order that hasn't been organized yet. The Rubik's Cube is a metaphor for the 1980s themselves. It is bright, it is plastic, it is loud, and it promises that if you just keep twisting and turning, if you just keep adjusting the tracking, as it were, eventually everything will snap into place and the world will be beautiful again. But it won't. You'll just get the blue side right and realize that the yellow side is now a shambles. As for me, I have retired from the cubing world. My own cube currently resides at the bottom of a very deep pond in Connecticut. It is probably still scrambled, and it is likely driving the local trout to a state of existential despair. Let them have it. I have discovered that life is far too short to spend it trying to satisfy the geometric whims of a Hungarian architect. I would rather spend my time contemplating the stars. They are much further away, they do not require stickers, and they have never once moved into an inverted front position just to spite me. The 1980s may be the decade of the cube, but I shall remain a man of the sphere, specifically the sphere of the Earth, which is also quite difficult to manage. But at least nobody expects me to solve it in 30 seconds while a 13-year-old watches me with a stopwatch. Chapter 4. A Discourse on Hairspray. It has been the long-standing habit of the human race to engage in a perpetual and losing skirmish with the elements. We build dams to spite the rivers, we invent umbrellas to insult the clouds, and we wear heavy coats to pretend that the north wind is not currently attempting to freeze our marrows into peppermint sticks. But never, in all the long and dusty annals of our species' vanity, have we attempted anything quite so audacious or quite so ridiculous as the modern campaign to defeat the very air itself through the medium of the aerosol can. I refer, of course, to the scientific marvel and environmental calamity known as hairspray. In the year of our Lord 1980, the American woman, and a disheartening number of the men who should surely know better, has decided that the natural behavior of human hair is a personal affront that must be corrected by chemistry. Hair, by its very nature, is a whimsical substance. It is designed to flutter in the breeze, to frame the face with a certain softness, and to occasionally fall into the eyes as a gentle reminder that gravity is still in the employment of the universe. But the modern citizen will have none of it. They have looked upon the flowing locks of the past and pronounced them insufficiently rigid. The weapon of choice in this war against the atmosphere is a tall, pressurized tin cylinder, which, when activated, emits a hissing sound similar to that of an agitated rattlesnake. This sound is immediately followed by a fine, invisible mist of liquid plastic that smells like a combination of a pine forest and a dry-cleaning establishment. This mist settles upon the hair, and within seconds undergoes a transformation that would baffle a medieval alchemist. It hardens, it sets, it petrifies. I observed a lady of fashion just yesterday, a Mrs. Gable, a woman of otherwise sound mind and reputable lineage, preparing herself for a garden party. She spent 45 minutes before her looking-glass, wielding a comb with the precision of a master mason, laying the foundation for a cathedral. She teased her hair. She back-combed it. She agitated it until it stood up from her scalp in a vast, frothy architectural marvel that looked like a cross between a thundercloud and a very large, very angry cauliflower. And then she reached for the can. She began to spray. She moved the canister in great, sweeping arcs around her head, enveloping herself in a cloud of chemical vapor so dense that for a moment she vanished from view entirely. When the mist finally cleared, there she stood, a monument to human stubbornness. Her hair was no longer hair. It had become a structure. It was a helmet of such terrifying durability that I am convinced if a brick had fallen from the chimney and struck her directly upon the crown, the brick would have shattered into 1,000 pieces, while her coiffure would have remained entirely undisturbed. There is something deeply unsettling about a woman whose hair does not move when she does. Mrs. Gable walked into the garden, and though a stiff breeze was blowing off the river, a breeze that set the trees to swaying and the flags to snapping, her hair remained as stationary as the great Sphinx of Giza. It did not flutter, it did not wave, it did not so much as acknowledge the existence of the wind. It moved as a single, solid unit, as if her head had been encased in a translucent bowling ball. I am told by the men of science that this aerosol technology is having a deleterious effect upon the ozone layer, a part of the sky that I am informed is quite necessary for our continued survival, though I have never personally seen it. They claim that we are punching a great gaping hole in the heavens so that we may keep our bangs in place. It is a grand and spectacular trade-off. Future generations may have to contend with the unchecked fury of the sun's rays, and the polar ice caps may melt until we are all forced to commute to work in canoes, but at least our ancestors in 1980 were able to attend a discotheque without their hair losing its body. We are sacrificing the planet on the altar of the extra hold formula. If that is not the very definition of human progress, then I do not know what is. But let us consider the hazards. The hair of 1980 is not merely a visual curiosity. It is a fire hazard of the first magnitude. The substance contained within those cans is, as far as I can tell, a high-octane fuel that has been repurposed for the vanity of the masses. A woman who has properly set her hair for an evening out is, for all intents and purposes, a walking, breathing fuse. I was at a dinner party recently where a young lady, possessing a hairdo of truly magnificent altitude, leaned forward to blow out a decorative candle. She miscalculated the distance by a fraction of an inch. There was a sound, not a roar exactly, but a sudden, enthusiastic whoosh, and for one glorious, terrifying second, her head resembled the torch of the Statue of Liberty. Fortunately, the gentleman seated next to her had the presence of mind to douse her with a tureen of chilled gazpacho, which extinguished the conflagration before it could reach her brain. But the smell! It was the scent of burning tires mixed with singed poultry. And yet, the most remarkable thing was that even after being set on fire and subsequently drowned in tomato soup, the hair still did not move. It was charred, it was damp, and it was covered in bits of cucumber, but it maintained its shape with a grim and ghostly persistence. Then there is the matter of the perm. This is a process by which a person pays a significant sum of money to have their hair tortured by a series of chemicals that smell like a wet dog that has been struck by lightning. The goal is to achieve a state of permanence, hence the name, whereby the hair becomes a mass of tight, springy coils. In 1980, the perm is not merely for women. It has crossed the great divide. I have seen grown men, men who vote, men who pay taxes, men who ostensibly lead families, walking the streets with their heads full of tiny synthetic-looking curls that make them look like a collection of very disappointed poodles. They pair this with a mustache and a shirt unbuttoned to the navel, and they believe they are the pinnacle of masculine allure. It is a spectacle that would make a marble statue weep with laughter. Why do we do it? Why do we insist on transforming our natural features into something so rigid and artificial? I believe it is because the 1980s is a decade that is terrified of the sag. We are a people obsessed with firmness. We want firm prices, firm leadership, and above all, firm hair. We have decided that flexibility is a sign of weakness. We want to be able to stand in the middle of a hurricane and have our silhouettes remain perfectly unchanged. We are building ourselves into monuments of plastic and spray, hoping that if we can just stay perfectly still, the passage of time will forget to notice us. But nature always wins in the end. You can spray your hair until it is hard enough to deflect a musket ball, but eventually you have to go to sleep. And that is when the tragedy occurs. The helmet meets the pillow. Throughout the night, as the wearer tosses and turns, the rigid structure begins to fracture. When a woman of 1980 wakes up in the morning, she does not look like a person who has slept. She looks like a person who has survived a structural collapse. One side of her head is flattened into a glossy, impenetrable sheet, while the other side protrudes at a violent 45-degree angle. It is a geometry lesson gone horribly wrong. Her first act of the day, before she even seeks out her coffee, is to reach for the can and begin the process of reconstruction. As for me, I have never seen the appeal. My own hair has always been a chaotic and unruly collection of silver wires, and I have long since reached an understanding with it. I do not tell it what to do, and in return, it does not burst into flames when I am near a cigar. It is a peaceful coexistence. Let the youth of the Republic continue to pump their chemicals into the sky. Let them walk the earth with heads of stone and hearts of spandex. I shall remain here, under the shade of a tree, watching the wind move through the leaves and through my own unvarnished locks, grateful that I am not currently holding up the sky with a 3-ounce coating of liquid lacquer. For in the end, a man's hair should be like his conscience, clean, occasionally messy, but always, always free to change its mind when the wind blows. Chapter 5. The Discovery of the Jogger. I have always held the firm conviction that if the Almighty had intended for man to exert himself at high velocities without the intervention of a horse or a steam whistle, he would have equipped us with a more aerodynamic set of features and perhaps a cooling system that did not involve turning the human countenance into the color of a ripened pomegranate. Yet, as I sit upon my porch in this bewildered year of 1980, I am forced to witness a new and terrifying species of citizen which has recently emerged from the domestic shadows to haunt our public thoroughfares. I refer to the jogger. In my younger days, if you saw a man sprinting down a dusty road at 6 o'clock in the morning, you didn't check your watch. You checked your pockets to see if he'd stolen your watch, or you looked behind him to see if he was being pursued by a bear, a bailiff, or a collection of very angry hornets. Running was a practical business. It was a secondary means of transport employed only in the most dire of extremities. To run without a clear and present danger at your heels was considered a symptom of a fractured mind, a sign that the poor soul had finally snapped under the weight of his own thoughts and was attempting to outrun his shadow. But the jogger of 1980 does not run from danger. He runs from calories, a mysterious and invisible swarm of microscopic demons that have apparently infested our bread and butter, and which can only be exorcised by a systematic pounding of the pavement. I encountered my first specimen last Tuesday. I was enjoying a quiet cigar and contemplating the general decline of Western civilization when a figure appeared on the horizon, bobbing up and down with a rhythmic, mechanical violence. As he drew closer, I became genuinely alarmed. The man's face was a deep, alarming shade of magenta. His chest was heaving in a manner that suggested a bellows in the hands of a madman, and he was making a sound, a sort of wet, rhythmic wheezing, that indicated a catastrophic failure of the lungs was imminent. I rose from my chair, my heart filled with Christian charity. "Good heavens, man!" I cried out. "Hold on! I shall fetch a doctor, or perhaps a priest. What has happened? Is the town on fire? Has the bank been robbed?" The creature did not stop. He merely lifted a hand, a gesture that was halfway between a wave and a plea for mercy, and gasped out a single, unintelligible word: "Kilometers." Then he vanished around the bend, leaving behind only the scent of damp wool and the lingering echo of his labored breathing. I sat back down, shaken. It occurred to me that I had witnessed a man in the throes of a grand and spectacular delusion. He was not being chased. He was not in a hurry to reach a destination. He was simply moving his legs in a circle until he returned to the place he had started, having accomplished nothing but the premature wearing out of his knees and the profound annoyance of his neighbors. Naturally, as with all modern follies, the jogging movement has its own uniform, a costume so inherently ridiculous that I am convinced it was designed by a committee of satirists. First, there are the sneakers. In the old days, a shoe was a dignified piece of leather intended to protect the foot from the indignities of the earth. The 1980 sneaker, however, is a neon-striped architectural project. It is equipped with air cushions, arch supports, and waffle soles, as if the wearer intends to spend his morning running across a giant breakfast. These shoes are so large and bulbous that they give the jogger the appearance of a man who has had his feet stung by a very large hive of bees. Then there is the short short. This is a garment that defies both logic and decency. It is a scrap of silky, electrified fabric that provides approximately the same amount of coverage as a postage stamp. When a man of middle age and questionable muscle tone decides to don these shorts and take to the streets, he is performing a public service of a very dark and unsettling nature. He is providing his fellow citizens with a detailed anatomical chart of his own lower extremities, information that no one asked for, and which most of us would pay a significant sum to avoid. To complete the ensemble, the jogger wears the tube sock, a towering pillar of white cotton that reaches nearly to the kneecap, decorated with 2 or 3 stripes of a bold primary color. This is topped off by the sweatband, a halo of absorbent toweling worn around the forehead. The purpose of the sweatband is ostensibly to keep moisture from the eyes, but its actual effect is to make the wearer look like a very tired tennis player who has lost his way and accidentally wandered into a marathon. The jogger believes himself to be a prophet of the new health. He speaks in a dialect of aerobic capacity, target heart rates, and the elusive runner's high. I have investigated this high, and as far as I can tell, it is merely the brain's way of rewarding you for not dying. When you subject the body to such extreme and unnecessary punishment, the brain eventually panics and releases a flood of chemicals to numb the pain. The jogger mistakes this temporary reprieve from agony for a spiritual experience. It is the same sensation one feels when a heavy stone is finally lifted off one's toe. It isn't that the new state is particularly joyous. It's just that the previous state was so spectacularly miserable. I recently spoke with a young man who is a devotee of the craft. He informed me, with a smugness that would have shamed a Pharisee, that he runs 10 miles every morning before breakfast. "And what do you see in those 10 miles?" I asked him. "I see my own progress," he replied. "I see my time improving. I see my body becoming a lean, mean machine." "A machine for what?" I inquired. "A machine for moving from point A back to point A? A machine for avoiding the conversation of your friends? A machine for ensuring that you are too tired to do anything useful for the rest of the day?" He didn't have an answer. He merely checked his pulse, a ritual the jogger performs every 3 minutes, as if he expects his heart to resign in protest at any moment, and trotted away. The sheer inefficiency of the enterprise is what staggers the mind. If these thousands of joggers were harnessed to a giant treadmill, we could probably generate enough electricity to light the entire eastern seaboard and still have enough left over to power a few of those blinking VCRs I mentioned earlier. But no, the energy must be wasted. It must be pounded into the asphalt. There is also a social hierarchy to the jog. You have the serious runner who looks like a famine victim with a grudge, the casual jogger who looks like he's trying to catch a bus that left 3 weeks ago, and the power walker, who is essentially a man who wants the credit for exercise without the indignity of actually leaving the ground. I find the power walker to be the most suspicious of the lot. He moves his arms with a frantic pumping motion, resembling a man trying to fly while standing still. But his legs remain in a state of brisk, sensible walking. It is a compromise with vanity. He wants the neighbors to know he is working out, but his knees have clearly voted for a more conservative platform. And where does it end? We are told that jogging will extend our lives. We are promised that if we spend 2 hours a day in a state of breathless misery, we may live an extra 3 years in our 80s. It is a mathematical swindle. If you spend those 2 hours a day running, you are effectively using up the very time you are trying to save. You are trading your youth, when your legs actually work and the world is full of wonder, for a few extra months of sitting in a nursing home wondering where you put your teeth. It is like a man who saves every penny of his salary so that he can be the richest person in the graveyard. I prefer the philosophy of the Mississippi. A river does not run because it needs to get its heart rate up. It flows. It takes its time. It meanders. It stops to look at a tree or a sandbar, and eventually it gets to the Gulf of Mexico exactly when it was supposed to. As for me, if I am ever seen running down the streets of this town, I ask that my friends do not cheer me on. I ask that they do not check my splits or offer me a sip of a sport drink that looks like liquefied neon. I ask that they immediately look behind me and shoot whatever it is that is chasing me. For in a world where man has invented the armchair, the hammock, and the shaded porch, to run for pleasure is not an exercise. It is a confession of a very deep and very colorful insanity. The year 1980 may be the year of the jogger, but I shall remain a sitter. My heart rate is perfectly satisfied with the excitement of a well-turned phrase or a particularly stubborn cork in a bottle of Bordeaux. And if the calories wish to find me, they know where I am. I shall be right here, in the shade, watching the joggers go by and marveling at the fact that the human race has finally found a way to make leisure look more exhausting than hard labor. Chapter 6. The Aerobic Exercise Movement. It has been my observation that the human race, when left to its own devices and deprived of a legitimate war or a decent crop failure to occupy its mind, will inevitably invent new and spectacular ways to make itself look like a collection of electrified lunatics. In the centuries past, we had the flagellants, who wandered about thumping themselves with whips to save their souls. In the year of our Lord 1980, we have something far more harrowing, though the theological objectives are much the same. We have the aerobic exercise movement. If the jogger is a man who has decided to flee from his own shadow at high velocity, the aerobicist is a person who has decided to stay in one place and vibrate until their internal organs protest in a language composed entirely of agony. I was recently lured, under false pretenses I might add, to a local gymnasium by a lady of my acquaintance who insisted that I witness the new vitality. She spoke of jazzercise and high-impact aerobics with a fervor usually reserved for the second coming. Being a man of natural curiosity and a somewhat rusted sense of self-preservation, I allowed myself to be led into a large echoing hall that smelled predominantly of floor wax and the collective desperation of 36 middle-aged housewives. What I witnessed there was a spectacle that would have made a Comanche war dance look like a quiet afternoon at a Quaker meeting. The room was filled with women and a few stray, haunted-looking men, all dressed in a material known as spandex. Spandex, as far as I can determine, is a substance invented by a chemist who harbored a deep and abiding hatred for the concept of human privacy. It is a fabric that stretches to accommodate the form, but in doing so, it reveals every secret the wearer has spent the last 40 years trying to conceal. It is a material that possesses no mercy and even less dignity. It turns a respectable citizen into a glossy, multicolored sausage, and it does so with a shimmering, electrified sheen that makes it impossible to look away, much as one cannot look away from a train wreck or a particularly vibrant sunset. But the spandex was merely the canvas. The true masterpiece was the leg warmer. I have spent many sleepless nights contemplating the leg warmer. It is a knitted tube of wool, often in a shade of neon pink or lime green that could be seen from the moon, which is worn around the lower leg. Its stated purpose is to keep the muscles warm. Now, I am not a medical man, though I have survived several doctors in my time, but I find it mathematically improbable that the only part of the human body in danger of catching a chill during a violent physical upheaval is the area between the ankle and the knee. The rest of the body is subjected to the most grueling exertion. The brow is dripping, the lungs are screaming, the heart is thumping like a drum in a thunderstorm, and the torso is clad in nothing but a thin strip of lycra. Yet the shins must be kept in a state of tropical heat. It is a fashion statement that suggests the wearer is expecting a sudden and localized blizzard to strike only their calves while they are in the middle of a jumping jack. At the front of the room stood the instructor, a woman of such terrifying buoyancy that I suspect She was constructed entirely of coil springs and caffeinated enthusiasm. She stood upon a pedestal, clutching a microphone, and proceeded to lead the assembly in a series of rhythmic flailings set to a brand of music that sounded like a steam shovel's having a disagreement with a pipe organ. And up and down and reach for the sky. Feel the burn, she shrieked, her voice cutting through the electronic din like a saw through a knot of oak. The burn. This is the mantra of the 1980s. We have reached a point in our evolution where we no longer consider an activity worthwhile unless it causes a sensation of localized combustion in our muscular tissues. If it does not hurt, the aerobicist believes it is not working. It is a philosophy of no pain, no gain, which I find to be a most suspicious piece of logic. If I hit my thumb with a hammer, I experience a great deal of pain, but I have yet to see it result in any significant gain other than an improved vocabulary of profanity and a thumb the size of a billiard ball. I watched as the class attempted to follow the instructor's lead. It was a study in human futility. There were 30 people in that room, and not one of them was moving in the same direction at the same time. It was a chaotic sea of flailing limbs, bobbing headbands, and shimmering buttocks. They kicked, they lunged, they stepped, and they turned, each person a private island of uncoordinated effort. Occasionally, two aerobicists would collide with a sound like two damp mattresses being slapped together, but they did not stop. They simply bounced off each other and continued to reach for the elusive sky that the instructor was so insistent they touch. The instructor then introduced the floor work. This involved the entire group dropping to the mats and performing a series of leg lifts that resembled the death throes of a collection of overturned beetles. They moved their legs in wide, sweeping circles. They scissored them back and forth. They pumped them toward the ceiling. All the while, the music hammered away, and the instructor continued to exhort them to push through the wall. I have seen men push through walls before, usually because they were being chased by a sheriff, or because the wall was made of cheap lath and plaster, and they had had too much corn whiskey. But to push through an imaginary wall for the sake of toning one's thighs strikes me as a very high price to pay for a very small piece of real estate. And then there are the aerobics videos. It is no longer enough to go to the gym. One must now bring the madness into the parlor. A woman named Jane Fonda, who I remember as a person of quite different interests in years past, has released a recording that allows a housewife in Peoria to subject herself to these indignities in the privacy of her own home. She can put the tape in her VCR, adjust the tracking until Ms. Fonda's legs stop vibrating, and then proceed to kick over her coffee table and frighten the cat, all while wearing a leotard that her grandmother would have considered grounds for an exorcism. What, I ask, is the ultimate goal of all this rhythmic thrashing? They tell me it is for health. They tell me it strengthens the heart and improves the lung capacity. I say that if a man's heart cannot survive a trip to the mailbox without requiring a preparatory hour of jumping up and down in spandex, then perhaps that heart was never intended for the long haul. As for lung capacity, I have found that my own lungs have a perfectly adequate capacity for breathing air, provided the air isn't currently filled with the scent of sport cologne and the dust of a dozen trampled yoga mats. The aerobic movement is the final triumph of vanity over common sense. It is the realization that we have become so sedentary, so pampered by our microwave ovens and our remote controls, that we must now manufacture a fake version of labor just to keep our hides from sagging. We have taken the hard, honest work of the pioneer, the chopping of wood, the hauling of water, the tilling of the soil, and we have distilled it into a series of brightly colored, electrified spasms. We are a nation that wants the results of a life of toil without actually having to do anything useful. We want the muscles of a blacksmith, but we want to acquire them while listening to a synthesizer and wearing knitted tubes on our ankles. As I left the gymnasium, I saw a woman leaning against her car, breathless, purple-faced, and shivering in the cool evening air. Her leg warmers were sagging around her ankles like the discarded skins of two very large neon snakes. She looked as though she had just survived a shipwreck, but her eyes held a glimmer of fanatical pride. "Did you feel it, Mr. Twain?" she wheezed. "Did you feel the energy?" "Madam," I said, "I felt a great many things, most of them involving a profound sympathy for the floorboards. But I can assure you that if the energy you expended in the last hour could have been harnessed to a plow, you could have turned over 40 acres of bottomland and had a very fine crop of corn to show for it. As it is, you have only a damp headband and a very uncertain future with your chiropractor." She didn't hear me, of course. She was too busy checking her pulse and wondering if she had burned enough calories to justify a diet soda. I walked home slowly, savoring the fact that my own legs moved only when I told them to, and that they did so without the accompaniment of a drum machine. I shall leave the high-impact life to the youth and the deluded. I prefer the low-impact approach to existence, an approach that involves a comfortable chair, a sturdy railing for my feet, and the knowledge that the only thing burning in my vicinity is a very fine cigar. For in the end, a man's dignity is the only thing that truly needs exercise, and mine is currently in excellent shape, largely because I have never once attempted to touch my toes while wearing a piece of neon-colored knitwear. Chapter 7. The Curious Case of the Microwave Oven. It has been the long-standing habit of the human race to consider fire as a sort of divine gift, a flickering, dancing miracle bestowed upon us by Prometheus, who, if memory serves, was severely disciplined by the authorities for his generosity. For several thousand years, this arrangement worked with a reasonable degree of success. A man built a fire, placed a piece of meat near it, and waited with the patient dignity of a predator until the heat had coaxed the raw sinew into something a civilized tongue could acknowledge without a lawsuit. It was a slow process, a meditative process, and one that allowed a gentleman ample time to reflect upon his sins, or at the very least to finish a decent glass of bourbon. But the year of our Lord 1980 has decided that patience is no longer a virtue, but a technical defect. We have reached a state of such frantic acceleration that we can no longer wait 20 minutes for a potato to fulfill its destiny. We demand our sustenance now immediately, if not sooner, and to satisfy this craving for velocity, science has provided us with a heavy, humming, wood-grained box of domestic lightning known as the microwave oven. I have spent some time observing this machine, and I have come to the conclusion that it is not an oven at all, but a theater of the absurd. It does not cook in any sense that a rational man would recognize. A traditional stove uses heat to warm the food from the outside in, which is a sensible and honest way to go about things. The microwave, however, employs a species of invisible agitated waves, which, I am told, cause the molecules of the food to vibrate with such hysterical friction that they literally worry themselves into a state of boiling heat. It is a culinary method based entirely on anxiety. I was recently a guest at the house of my friend Higgins, a man whose devotion to every passing mechanical fad is as unshakable as it is disastrous. He had recently installed a countertop radar range that was so large and so heavy it required 2 men and a sturdy mule to move it, and it possessed enough shielding to survive a direct hit from a naval battery. "Behold, Twain," he cried, gesturing toward the beast, "the death of the kitchen stove. I shall now produce a baked potato in 6 minutes. In the old days, that would have taken an hour of agonizing wait." "Higgins," I said, "I have lived 65 years, and I have never once found a potato so fascinating that I felt my life was being wasted by its refusal to cook faster. What do you intend to do with the 54 minutes you are about to save? Write an epic poem? Discover a new planet? Or will you merely spend them staring at the wall, wondering why your life feels so hollow?" He ignored me, as is the habit of the modern man, and produced a potato. He did not wash it with the reverence of a chef. He merely stabbed it several times with a fork, a gesture that looked uncomfortably like a ritual assassination, and thrust it into the glowing maw of the machine. He pressed a series of plastic buttons that went beep, boop, bip, and suddenly the machine began to groan. It was a low industrial hum, the sound of a submarine struggling to reach the surface. Inside, a small light flickered on, revealing the potato sitting there in solitary confinement. There was no fire, no sizzle, no heavenly aroma of roasting earth. There was only the hum and the sight of that lonely vegetable, which began to emit a thin, ghostly plume of steam as its internal molecules were whipped into a frenzy by the invisible ghosts of the 1980s. "Look at the clock!" Higgins shouted, pointing to a digital display that was counting down the seconds with a terrifying mechanical precision. 3 minutes left, 2 minutes, 1, ping! The ping is the anthem of the new era. It is a sharp, cheerful sound that announces the end of the labor you didn't actually perform. Higgins reached in, snatched the potato with a triumphant flourish, and set it upon a plate. "There," he said, "the future." I examined the future. It looked remarkably like a regular potato, though it appeared somewhat shrunken and defeated, like a man who has been through a very long and very unproductive committee meeting. I took a fork and attempted to bisect it. The first thing I discovered was that the exterior of the potato possessed the texture of a discarded leather boot. It was tough, it was resilient, and it had a certain give that suggested it could be used as a serviceable puck in a game of ice hockey. However, once I breached the outer fortifications, I found that the interior had been transformed into a substance with the approximate temperature of the sun's core. It was a white-hot, liquefied lava that threatened to vaporize my tongue upon contact. But that was only the center. As I moved my fork toward the ends of the potato, I encountered a phenomenon that defies the known laws of physics. While the middle was a raging furnace, the ends remained as cold and as firm as a glacier in the middle of January. This is the great secret of the microwave oven. It does not cook evenly. It creates a culinary minefield. To eat a microwaved meal is to engage in a dangerous game of thermal roulette. You take a bite of what appears to be a harmless beef stew. The first spoonful is pleasantly lukewarm, the second is frozen solid, and the third inflicts third-degree burns upon your esophagus and sends you reeling toward the sink for a glass of cold water. And the meat? Heaven preserve us from microwaved meat. I saw Higgins attempt to cook a steak in the thing once. A steak, as any right-thinking person knows, should be kissed by a flame until it possesses a charred, salty crust and a tender, pink heart. Higgins's steak, however, emerged from the microwave looking like a piece of gray, boiled cardboard. It had no sear. It had no character. It looked as though it had died of old age while being yelled at by a vacuum cleaner. It was a tragedy in 3 acts, and the third act involved a great deal of chewing and very little swallowing. The 1980s, however, is not a decade to be deterred by the fact that its inventions don't actually work. To solve the problem of the gray meat, they invented the browning dish, a special plate that you must preheat in the microwave for 10 minutes so that it can do the job the microwave was supposed to do in the first place. We are now using secondary machines to apologize for the failures of the primary ones. It is a mechanical comedy of errors. Then there is the microwave popcorn. This is perhaps the only area where the machine has achieved a sort of frantic success. It involves a flat paper bag that, when subjected to the invisible waves, begins to thrash and moan like a haunted pillow. The sound of the kernels exploding is like a miniature Gatling gun firing in the kitchen. The goal, I am told, is to stop the machine exactly 2 seconds after the popping slows down. If you stop it too soon, you are left with a bag of hard yellow marbles that could break a tooth at 40 paces. If you stop it 2 seconds too late, the bag erupts into a cloud of acrid yellow smoke that smells like a chemical fire in a butter factory, a scent that will remain in your curtains until the house is eventually demolished by your descendants. But the most unsettling aspect of the microwave is the radiation scare. Throughout the year, one hears rumors that the machine is leaking. There are men who believe that if you stand too close to the door while the potato is vibrating, your hair will fall out, your watch will run backward, and you will eventually develop the ability to see through walls. I see women in the suburbs of Connecticut who, after pressing the start button, immediately flee the kitchen as if they have just lit the fuse on a stick of dynamite. They huddle in the hallway, peeking around the doorframe with a mixture of awe and terror, waiting for the ping to signal that the invisible demons have finished their work and it is safe to return to the linoleum. Why do we endure it? Why have we invited this humming, gray meat-making, tongue-scorching box into the very heart of our homes? I believe it is because the American citizen of 1980 is terrified of being left behind. He is convinced that if he is not moving at the speed of light, he is standing still. He wants TV dinners, another marvel of the age, which come in an aluminum tray, which, I must warn you, will cause the microwave to emit blue sparks and possibly summon a localized thunderstorm, and allow a man to consume a 3-course meal of mystery meat, mushy peas, and a suspicious cobbler without ever having to look away from his television set. We have traded the kitchen table for the TV tray. We have traded the conversation of our families for the beep of a timer. We have decided that the quality of the meal is less important than the speed with which it can be shoved down our gullets. I shall remain a man of the hearth. If I am hungry, I shall wait for the wood to catch and the coals to glow. I shall allow the heat to move through my dinner with the slow, deliberate pace of a summer afternoon. I do not wish to eat molecules that have been agitated into a frenzy. I wish to eat food that has been treated with the respect it deserves. As for Higgins, he is currently trying to defrost a 20-pound turkey in his microwave. The machine has been humming for 4 hours. The kitchen smells like an electrical short circuit, and I suspect that while the outside of the bird is currently being cooked to a fine rubbery sheen, the inside is still a solid block of ice containing a family of very surprised prehistoric gnats. I shall go and offer him a sandwich, a cold sandwich, for in a world of instant results, there is still a great deal to be said for a piece of bread, a slice of ham, and a complete lack of vibrating waves. Chapter 8, The Shopping Mall, the New Cathedral. If a man wishes to find the heart of the American Republic in this year of our Lord 1980, he must not look to the church, nor the schoolhouse, nor even the halls of Congress, which are currently occupied by gentlemen trying to figure out how to tax the very air we breathe. No, if you seek the true spiritual center of the modern age, you must look to that sprawling, windowless, climate-controlled limestone fortress known as the shopping mall. Man has always loved a roof, but the shopping mall is the first instance in history where he has decided to put a roof over the entire world and then charge admission for the privilege of walking under it. It is a cathedral built not for the salvation of the soul, but for the glorification of the consumer, a creature that did not exist in my youth, but which now roams the land with a plastic credit card in one hand and a bag of cinnamon pretzels in the other. I approached the grand entrance of the local mall just yesterday. It is a structure designed to make a man feel small, though in a different way than a mountain or a canyon does. A mountain makes you feel small because of the majesty of the Creator. A mall makes you feel small because you realize you cannot afford a single thing in the window of the jewelry boutique. The first thing one notices upon entering is the light, or rather, the lack of it. There are no windows in a shopping mall. This is a deliberate and calculated piece of psychological warfare. The architects have realized that if a man can see the sun setting, he might realize that it is time to go home, feed the dog, and stop spending money he hasn't earned yet. By removing the sky, the mall creates a state of perpetual noon. Inside those walls, it is always 72 degrees. The air is always filtered through a system that smells faintly of popcorn and floor wax, and time has no meaning. You may enter at 10 in the morning and emerge 3 hours later to find that an entire season has passed, your children have grown up, and your carriage has been towed. The layout of the mall is based on the anchor store principle. These are 2 or 3 massive department stores, such as J.C. Penney or Sears, placed at opposite ends of a long tiled canyon. They are called anchors because they are the only things keeping the entire enterprise from floating away on a cloud of its own vanity. Between these anchors lies a wilderness of smaller shops, each one specializing in something more useless than the last. I walked past a shop that sold nothing but candles shaped like various species of woodland creatures. I saw a grown man with a mortgage and a mustache, standing there contemplating whether he should purchase a wax owl that smelled like a spring rain. I wanted to shake him. I wanted to tell him that if he wanted to smell a spring rain, He could simply step outside and wait for a cloud, and it wouldn't cost him $9 or leave a greasy residue on his mantle. But he was under the spell. He was shopping. The true wonder of the mall, however, is the escalator. This is man's final triumph over the indignity of the staircase. In the old days, if you wanted to reach the second floor, you had to lift your feet and exert yourself. In 1980, you simply stand upon a moving metal grate and allow the machine to hoist you upward like a sack of grain. I spent 20 minutes watching the people on the escalator. There is a peculiar look that comes over a human being when they are being moved by a machine against their will. They become perfectly still. They stare straight ahead with a vacant, glassy-eyed expression as if they are being transported to a higher plane of existence where all the neckties are half off. It is the most dignified a man can look while his feet are being slowly swallowed by a floor. At the center of this great temple, one usually finds the fountain. This is a large concrete basin filled with recirculated water that has been dyed a suspicious shade of blue. It is the only place in the mall where money is literally thrown away. People stand at the railing and toss copper pennies into the water, making wishes. I watched a young lady toss a coin and close her eyes in fervent prayer. I asked her what she had wished for. She told me she wished for a pair of designer jeans with a small embroidered swan on the pocket. "My dear," I said, "you have just given the water a penny, in the hope that it will provide you with the means to spend $40 on a pair of trousers that make you look like you are being squeezed by a very stylish python. If you had kept the penny and several thousand others like it, you would not need to consult the fountain at all." She looked at me as if I were a ghost from a less enlightened century, which I suppose I am, and wandered off towards the food court. The food court is a culinary disaster area where all the nations of the earth have gathered to be equally disappointed. It is a place where Chinese food consists of a suspicious red sauce poured over a mountain of rice, and Italian food is a slice of pizza that has the structural integrity of a damp shingle. But the crowning achievement of the food court is the Orange Julius. This is a beverage that purports to be made of oranges, but which possesses a frothy white consistency that suggests it was whipped together in a laboratory by a man who had heard of fruit but had never actually seen it. It is sweet, it is cold, and it leaves a film on the roof of the mouth that can only be removed with a wire brush and a strong sense of purpose. And yet, the citizens of 1980 flock to it. They stand in line to pay for a cup of liquid sunshine that tastes like a chemistry set's midlife crisis. While sitting in the food court, I observed the mall rat. This is a new breed of adolescent that has abandoned the outdoors entirely. In my day, a boy spent his Saturday in the woods, or by the river, or perhaps engaged in a respectable fistfight behind the livery stable. The mall rat, however, spends his day leaning against a plastic planter, wearing a flannel shirt and a look of profound boredom. He does not buy anything. He does not go anywhere. He simply hangs out. He is waiting for something to happen, though in a shopping mall, the only thing that ever happens is that the Mustache, a form of music that has had all the soul and rhythm surgically removed, occasionally changes to a slightly more upbeat version of a carpenter's song. The mall is also the natural habitat of the mall walker, whom I have mentioned before. These are the elderly citizens who have realized that the mall is the only place in America where you can walk 3 miles without being hit by a car or bothered by a stray dog. They arrive before the shops open, dressed in their tracksuits and their waffle-soled sneakers, and they march around the perimeter with a grim military determination. They pass the candle shop, they pass the record store, they pass the cinema, and they never look to the left or the right. They are on a mission to outlive their doctors, and they are using the shrine of consumerism as their treadmill. And then there is Spencer's Gifts. This is a shop that I can only describe as a museum of the unnecessary. It is a place where one can buy a lava lamp, a glass vessel filled with undulating globs of colored wax that resemble the internal organs of an alien, or a pet rock, which is exactly what it sounds like, a stone in a box with a set of instructions on how to care for it. I looked at the pet rock and felt a great wave of sympathy for the human race. We have reached a point where we are so lonely, so disconnected from the earth, that we are willing to pay $5 for a piece of granite just so we have something to talk to that won't talk back. It is a brilliant humbug. If I had known 40 years ago that I could make a fortune by putting the backyard into cardboard boxes, I would have spent less time writing books and more time at the quarry. As the perpetual noon of the mall began to wear on me, I decided to seek the exit. But finding the way out of a shopping mall is like trying to find the end of a circle. Every corridor looks like every other corridor. Every plant display is identical. I wandered past a shop selling video games where a dozen youths were standing in a trance, feeding quarters into a machine that made a sound like a digital hiccup. I wandered past a bookstore that seemed to sell nothing but diet books and biographies of people who had been famous for 15 minutes. Eventually, I found a set of heavy glass doors and pushed my way out into the evening air. The sun was setting, the wind was blowing, and I could smell the honest, earthy scent of a coming rain. I looked back at the mall, that great windowless box of neon and polyester, and I realized that it is the perfect monument for the year 1980. It is a place where everything is new, everything is improved, and nothing is real. It is a world without weather, without history, and without shadows. It provides us with everything we could possibly want, except for a reason to want it. We go there to fill the holes in our lives with plastic owls and orange froth, and we emerge a few hours later slightly poorer, slightly more tired, and wondering why we feel as though we have just spent the afternoon in a very expensive vacuum. I shall go home now and sit on my porch. I do not need a climate-controlled atrium. I have the sky. I do not need an escalator. I have my own two legs, and they still know how to climb a stair when there is something worth seeing at the top. And if I feel the need for a wish, I shall not throw my money into a blue-dyed basin. I shall keep my penny, and I shall wish for a world that remembers that the best things in life cannot be validated at a customer service desk. Chapter 9. The Strange Religion of Disco. It has been my experience that whenever the human race finds itself with a moment of peace and a surplus of electricity, it immediately sets about inventing a new way to make a fool of itself in public. In the old days, we had the camp meeting, where a man could work himself into a religious frenzy, roll about in the sawdust, and emerge convinced that he had seen the celestial gates. In this curious year of 1980, we have replaced the sawdust with a lighted glass floor and the celestial gates with a velvet rope. We have traded the salvation of the soul for the hustle, and I am not entirely certain we have made a profitable bargain. I speak of the strange and shimmering religion known as disco. I have been told by the youth of the Republic that disco is more than just music. They claim it is a lifestyle. If this is true, then the lifestyle in question appears to be one based entirely on the principle of maximum friction and minimum oxygen. I recently observed a discotheque from a safe distance, a distance I calculated would be just far enough to prevent the bass notes from reorganizing my internal organs. And I have never seen a more concentrated display of human vanity in all my born days. To understand disco, one must first understand the uniform. A man does not simply walk into a discotheque. He outfits himself for it, much as a knight once outfitted himself for a crusade, though the knight likely had an easier time sitting down. The centerpiece of this attire is the polyester leisure suit. Now, I have spoken of polyester before, but in the realm of disco, this fabric reaches its terrifying zenith. It is a material that possesses the breathability of a lead pipe and the aesthetic charm of a greasy thumbprint. It is often dyed in shades that do not exist in nature, shades like electric plum or radioactive tangerine, and it is tailored so tightly that the wearer's pulse can be seen throbbing against his thigh. I saw a gentleman in one of these suits who was unbuttoned so far down his chest that I could see his breakfast, and around his neck hung a gold medallion the size of a dinner plate. He looked less like a man and more like a very expensive, very sweaty Christmas ornament. And then there are the shoes. In 1980, a man is not content to stand upon the earth. He wishes to hover several inches above it. The platform shoe is a marvel of architectural instability. It features a sole that is 4 inches thick, carved from wood or plastic, which transforms the simple act of walking into a perilous high-wire act. To see a man in platform shoes attempt to navigate a flight of stairs is to witness the very essence of human struggle. He does not walk, he navigates. He moves with the stiff, jerky gait of a man whose feet have been replaced by 2 cinder blocks, and his constant fear of a turned ankle gives him a look of profound spiritual anxiety. But the true heart of the religion is the mirror ball. This is a large sphere covered in thousands of tiny mirrors, suspended from the ceiling and rotated by a small electric motor. When the spotlights hit it, the room is filled with 1,000 dancing shards of light, creating a dizzying, kaleidoscopic effect that I suspect is designed to prevent the patrons from noticing that they are paying $4 for a glass of watered-down gin. It is a masterpiece of deception. Under the light of the mirror ball, every man is a star, every woman is a queen, and every polyester suit is a work of art. It is only when the lights come up at 2 a.m. that the truth is revealed, that the queen is a tired stenographer, and the star is a man who sells used Buicks and currently has a piece of spinach stuck in his mustache. The music of disco is a curious thing. It is not music in the traditional sense, which is to say it does not possess a melody that a man can whistle while he works. No, disco is a beat. It is a relentless 4-on-the-floor thumping that sounds like a pile driver being operated by a person with a very limited imagination. It does not go anywhere. It simply is. It is a mechanical heartbeat for a mechanical age. I asked a young fellow why he enjoyed this repetitive thumping, and he told me it was liberating. Son, I said, the only thing being liberated is your sense of rhythm. You are moving in a circle like a mule on a grain mill, and the only difference is that the mule eventually produces flour, whereas you are merely producing a very large dry cleaning bill. He didn't care. He was too busy performing the hustle. This is a dance that requires the participants to move in perfect synchronized harmony, performing a series of steps and claps that look like a military drill being executed by people who have had far too much sugar. There is no spontaneity in the hustle. There is no room for the individual spirit. You must step to the left, step to the right, turn and clap at exactly the same moment as the person next to you, or the entire social fabric of the room will collapse. It is the most organized form of fun I have ever witnessed, and I found it utterly exhausting just to watch. But as with all great and terrible religions, disco has its martyrs and its heretics. As I sit here in 1980, the shadows are already falling upon the glitter. There is a growing movement in the land, a dark, rumbling rebellion, known as Disco Sucks. Last year, in a place called Chicago, a gentleman named Steve Dahl organized a disco demolition night at a baseball park. He invited the populace to bring their disco records, those shiny black discs that contain the thumping heartbeat of the era, and he blew them up in the middle of the field. I am told that 10,000 records were vaporized in a single, glorious explosion of plastic and spite. It was a funeral oration for a genre that was still breathing. There is a lesson there, I reckon. The human race can only stand so much glitter before it begins to crave a little honest dirt. We can only wear so much polyester before we start to miss the feel of cotton. We can only listen to a drum machine for so long before we start to hunger for the sound of a human hand striking a guitar string. Disco was a grand humbug, but it was a humbug that we all seemed to need for a moment. It allowed us to pretend that the world was a bright, shimmering place where the only thing that mattered was the boogie. It was a temporary reprieve from the energy crisis and the Cold War and all the other heavy gray things that occupy the front pages of our newspapers. For a few hours under the mirror ball, a man could forget that his car was out of gas and his mortgage was overdue. He could simply be a creature of light and motion, shimmering in his electric plum suit. But the light is fading. The discotheques are being replaced by video arcades, and the platform shoes are being traded for the waffle-soled sneakers of the jogger. We are moving from the era of the dance floor to the era of the treadmill. We are trading one form of rhythmic madness for another. I shall miss the disco in a way, not because I enjoyed the music. I would rather listen to a steam whistle in a thunderstorm, but because I enjoyed the spectacle of human vanity in its most unadulterated form. There is something noble about a man who is willing to risk a broken neck and a third-degree chemical burn just to look like a hero for 3 minutes. As for me, I shall stay away from the mirror ball. I do not wish to see 1,000 versions of myself reflected in the ceiling. One is quite enough to contend with, and I can assure you that none of them look good in a gold medallion. I shall keep my music acoustic, my suits made of wool, and my feet firmly on the ground, where the Almighty intended them to be. For in the end, the world may keep on turning, and the beat may keep on thumping, but a man who knows how to sit still is the only one who ever truly hears the song. The year 1980 is a hinge in history, and it is currently swinging away from the glitter and toward something more. Well, I don't know what it's swinging toward yet, but I suspect it involves more spandex and fewer sequins. And if there is one thing I have learned in my long and checkered career, it is this. When the music changes, the best thing a gentleman can do is find a comfortable chair and wait for the dust to settle, or in this case, wait for the polyester to stop humming. Chapter 10. The Portable Cassette Player. It has long been the pride of the American citizen that he is a creature of the open air and the public square, a man who, for better or worse, is willing to engage in the grand, chaotic symphony of his fellow man's conversation. In my day, if you were walking down a street in Hannibal or San Francisco and you saw a gentleman nodding his head rhythmically while staring into the middle distance with the vacant intensity of a pickled herring, you did not think, "There goes a man of refined musical taste." No, you thought, "There goes a man who has been struck by lightning or perhaps a very heavy falling piano." And you did the Christian thing by leading him gently toward the nearest asylum. But the year 1980 has introduced a mechanical contrivance that has made public insanity not only respectable, but fashionable. I refer to the portable cassette player, or as the Japanese have seen fit to dub it, the Walkman. I saw my first specimen of the species Homo walkmanus last Tuesday. It was a youth of perhaps 19 years, wearing a pair of trousers that appeared to be made of discarded silver foil and a shirt that featured a portrait of a man whose hair had clearly been styled by an industrial turbine. Clamped onto his head was a pair of metal bands, at the ends of which sat two small orange sponges, which were currently devouring his ears. From these sponges, two thin black wires descended, joining together at his waist into a small blue and silver box no larger than a prayer book. The youth was bobbing, he was weaving, he was snapping his fingers with a frantic, electrified energy, yet he was emitting no sound other than a faint, rhythmic ta-chick-chick-chick that resembled a very small cricket trying to escape from a tin can. To the rest of the world, he was a man in the throes of a private and quite alarming convulsion. To himself, I am told, he was the center of a grand private orchestra, conducted entirely for his own benefit. This is the great and terrible achievement of the 1980s. We have finally invented a way to be in a crowd of 5,000 people and yet remain as solitary as a hermit in a cave. We have created the anti-social machine. In the old days, if a man wished to hear music, he was forced to go where the music was. He went to the opera house, or the church, or the local tavern, where a man with a fiddle and a questionable past would provide a tune in exchange for a glass of something fortifying. It was a communal act. You shared the music with your neighbors, you argued about the tempo, and you occasionally had to duck when the fiddler took exception to your criticism. But the Walkman has changed all that. It has allowed the citizen to secede from the union of sound. He carries his own private atmosphere with him, like a diver carrying his own oxygen, and in doing so, he has rendered the rest of us entirely obsolete. I attempted to engage one of these musical divers in conversation. I tapped him upon the shoulder, an act that caused him to leap 3 feet into the air, as if I had just discharged a musket behind his head. He reached up, tore the orange sponges from his ears, and looked at me with a mixture of resentment and profound confusion, as if I had just interrupted a private audience with the Pope. "Pardon me, young sir," I said, "but I could not help but notice that you appear to be experiencing a localized seismic event. I wished to check if you required a physician, or perhaps a seat on a very sturdy chair." He looked at me with those glazed 1980 eyes. "It's the tape, man," he said, his voice oddly loud, as if he were shouting from the bottom of a well. "It's the new Van Halen. It's got a heavy bottom end." "A heavy bottom end?" I replied. I was unaware that music had developed an anatomy. In my day, it had a melody, a harmony, and occasionally a lyric that didn't involve the shouting of vowels in a state of spiritual distress. "Tell me, does the heavy bottom end require you to walk as if your boots are made of lead?" He didn't answer. He merely jammed the sponges back over his ears, pressed a button that went click, and vanished back into his private world. He was gone. I was standing 3 inches from him, yet for all the impact I had on his consciousness, I might as well have been a ghost haunting a graveyard in the middle of a thunderstorm. The mechanical heart of this device is the cassette tape, a plastic rectangle filled with 2 spools of brown magnetic ribbon. It is a fragile thing, possessed of a soul that is easily bruised. The tape is prone to hissing, a sound that suggests the recording was made in the middle of a nest of very irritable vipers. And as with the VCR, the Walkman has a habit of eating its own contents. There is no sight quite so pathetic as a man standing on a street corner, holding a Walkman in one hand and 3 yards of tangled brown tape in the other, trying to wind it back into the spool with the aid of a No. 2 pencil. It is a modern ritual of penance. He stands there twisting the pencil with a grim, focused intensity, trying to reclaim the heavy bottom end from the gears of his own vanity. And what of the headphones? These are the orange sponges I mentioned. They are the badge of the new era. They are a signal to the world that says, "Do not speak to me, do not look at me. I am currently busy listening to a synthesizer mimic the sound of a falling elevator, and your human trivialities are of no concern to me." We are becoming a race of bobbing heads. I walk through the park and see dozens of these creatures, each one in his own private box of sound. One is listening to a sermon, perhaps, another to a symphony, a third to a recording of a man screaming over a drum machine. They pass each other without a word, without a nod, without so much as a glimmer of recognition that they are members of the same species. They are connected to their machines, but they are entirely disconnected from the Republic. It is a grand and spectacular humbug. We are told that this is personal freedom. We are told that the ability to walk through the grocery store while listening to the Bee Gees is the ultimate triumph of the individual. I say it is the ultimate triumph of the blinkered. We are losing the ability to hear the world. We no longer hear the wind in the trees, or the clatter of the carriage, or the laughter of a child, or the subtle warning growl of a dog that has taken exception to our presence. We hear only the tape. And consider the danger. A man wearing a Walkman is a man who has voluntarily surrendered one of his primary senses. He walks across a busy street, unaware that a bus is currently bearing down upon him with the intent of turning him into a very stylish pancake. The bus driver honks his horn, a sound that could wake the dead, but the pedestrian hears only a particularly spirited guitar solo. He dies with a smile on his face and a heavy bottom end in his ears. It is a very modern way to go, I suppose, but I suspect it makes for a very confused obituary. I have also noticed a peculiar side effect of the Walkman, the leakage. This occurs when a person turns the volume up to a level that would be considered excessive by the standards of a dynamite factory. The orange sponges can no longer contain the noise, and it begins to bleed out into the surrounding air. It is a thin, tinny, irritating sound, like a chorus of angry gnats playing kazoos. You sit next to such a person on the bus, and you are forced to listen to the skeletal remains of their music for 45 minutes. You get all of the ch-ch-ch and none of the melody. It is a form of auditory torture that would have been envied by the Spanish Inquisition. Why have we embraced this isolation? Why are we so terrified of the silence of our own thoughts that we must fill every waking moment with a pre-recorded distraction? I believe it is because the year 1980 is a decade that is profoundly uncomfortable with itself. We are a people in a hurry, though we have forgotten where we are going. We are a people of technology, though we have lost the manual. We carry our music in our pockets because we are afraid that if we stop the noise for even a second, we might have to listen to the quiet, persistent voice of our own conscience, which is currently asking us why we are wearing silver trousers and orange sponges on our heads. As for me, I shall remain an unplugged citizen. I do not wish to carry a blue box on my belt or have my ears devoured by synthetic foam. If I wish to hear music, I shall seek out a human being with an instrument and a soul. And if I am walking down the street, I wish to hear the world in all its glorious, messy, unedited detail. I want to hear the insults of the cab drivers, the gossip of the flower sellers, and the rustle of the leaves. I want to be present in the world, not a ghost haunting a plastic cassette. The Walkman may be the sound of the future, but I suspect the future is going to be a very loud and very lonely place. I shall keep my ears open, my head still, and my pencil for its original purpose, which is to write down the absurdities of my fellow man, rather than to perform emergency surgery on a tangled piece of brown ribbon. For in a world where everyone is listening to their own private song, the man who can actually hear what is happening is the only one who truly knows the score. Chapter 11. The Politics of the Hollywood President. There was a time in the distant and dusty corridors of our republic's history when a man seeking the presidency of these United States was expected to possess a countenance that suggested he had spent the better part of his life chewing on a very sour lemon while contemplating the dismal failure of his own soul. Our founding fathers, men whose names we now invoke to justify everything from the price of sugar to the legality of a backyard fence, were a grim and unsmiling lot. They were carved from the heartwood of the oak, possessed of a gravity that could pin a butterfly to a board at 40 paces. To look upon a portrait of John Adams is to see a man who would not recognize a joke if it walked up and introduced itself with a firm handshake. But the year of our Lord 1980 has decided that gravity is for the birds, and that what the nation truly requires at the helm is not a man of somber intellect, but a man who knows his lighting. I speak of the remarkable, the improbable, the altogether spectacular elevation of a Hollywood actor to the highest office in the land. We have reached a point in our evolution where the line between the silver screen and the halls of Congress has become so blurred that I suspect the average citizen can no longer distinguish between a State of the Union address and a matinee at the local bijou. I have observed the political climate of 1980 with the wary curiosity of a cat watching a ticking clock. It appears that the American public has grown weary of the traditional politician, that species of human characterized by a shifting eye, a suit that fits like a bad conscience, and a vocabulary consisting entirely of whereas and notwithstanding. Instead, the nation has turned its collective gaze toward a man who has spent 40 years mastering the art of the sincere smile. Now, let us be fair. There is a certain logic to it. If the presidency is, as many have suggested, a series of performances played out on a world stage, then why not hire a professional? Why entrust the role to a bumbling amateur who doesn't know where to stand or how to look into the camera without appearing as though he is concealing a stolen ham? The gentleman in question, a Mr. Reagan, possesses a voice like a warm blanket and a head of hair that I am convinced is legally classified as a national monument. He is known as the Great Communicator, a title which, in 1980, means he is a man who can tell you that your house is on fire in such a soothing and neighborly tone that you find yourself thanking him for the warmth. I spent an afternoon watching one of the televised debates. It was a harrowing spectacle of the new era. On one side, you had the incumbent, a gentleman who looked as though he were carrying the weight of the entire world's problems on his shoulders and who spoke with the careful, agonizing precision of a man trying to explain a complex tax code to a very small and very confused dog. On the other side, you had the actor. He didn't argue, he didn't bluster, he didn't even seem to care much for the facts, which are, after all, very heavy and uncooperative things. Instead, he tilted his head, gave a soft, chuckled, "There you go again," and the audience collapsed into a state of blissful adoration. In that moment, the actual governance of the country ceased to matter. It wasn't about the economy, or the price of gasoline, or the fact that a foreign power had taken our citizens hostage. It was about the close-up. But we must address the elephant, or rather the primate, in the room. The opposition is very fond of pointing out that our new leader once shared the screen with a chimpanzee named Bonzo. They hold this up as a sign of intellectual deficiency, as if appearing in a film with a monkey is a disqualifying act for a world leader. I take the opposite view. I say that any man who can work a 12-hour day with a chimpanzee and still emerge with his dignity intact is uniquely qualified for the presidency of the United States. Have you seen the United States Senate? It is a chamber filled with creatures far more temperamental, far less predictable, and significantly more prone to throwing things than any chimpanzee I have ever encountered. If a man can handle Bonzo, he can handle the subcommittee on appropriations. Furthermore, there is something refreshingly honest about an actor politician. A regular politician spends his entire career pretending he is not an actor, which makes him a liar by trade. An actor, however, is a man whose very profession is built upon the honest foundation of make-believe. He tells you up front that he is playing a part, and then he goes out and plays it with a conviction that a mere governor or senator could never hope to achieve. The 1980 presidency has become a production. Everything is scripted. Everything is staged. I am told that there are men in the White House whose sole job is to ensure that the president is never photographed with a shadow falling across his face, lest the public suspect he has an actual, three-dimensional personality. They choose the backdrop, usually a collection of very large flags or a row of very small children, to ensure the maximum emotional impact. It is the Hollywoodization of democracy. We no longer ask, is he right? We ask, does he look the part? We want a president who looks like he could lead a cavalry charge in the afternoon and still be home in time to carve the Thanksgiving turkey with a look of benevolent wisdom. We want a man who reminds us of a movie we once saw, where the good guys won and the music swelled and the credits rolled just as the sun was setting. I spoke with a neighbor of mine, a staunch supporter of the actor, and asked him why he was so captivated. "He makes me feel good about America, Twain," the man said, puffing out his chest. "He makes it feel like it's morning in the Republic again." "My dear fellow," I replied, "it may very well be morning, but I suspect it is the kind of morning that exists only on a sound stage in Burbank, where the dew is made of glycerin and the birds are being operated by a man with a remote control. Are you sure you wouldn't prefer a leader who understands that in the real world, morning often involves a cold wind, a leaky roof, and the realization that you've run out of coffee?" He wouldn't hear of it. He wanted the dream. And that is the secret of 1980. We are a nation that has grown tired of the truth. The truth is messy. The truth involves sacrifice and complexity and gray areas. We want the happy ending. We want the hero to ride into town, tip his hat to the widow, and fix the entire economy with a well-placed quip and a firm jawline. There is a danger here, of course. When we turn our politics into a movie, we run the risk of forgetting that the bullets are real. You cannot edit out a war. You cannot reshoot a famine. If the script is poorly written, the entire cast suffers, and there are no stunt doubles to take the fall for us when the budget collapses. I find myself wondering what the future holds for this new breed of celebrity statesman. Will we soon see a day when the Secretary of State is chosen for his ability to wear a tuxedo, or when the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court is appointed because he had a very successful run in a television series about a judge? Why stop at actors? Why not elect a ventriloquist? At least then we would know exactly whose hand is moving the mouth. As the 1980 election drew to its inevitable close and the actor prepared to take his place on the grandest stage of all, I sat on my porch and watched the sunset. It was a real sunset, a bit ragged around the edges, a little too orange in the middle, and entirely unscripted. It didn't care about its approval ratings. It didn't have a media consultant. It just did its job and went away, leaving the world in a state of quiet, honest darkness. I shall miss the grim, sour-faced leaders of old. I shall miss the men who looked like they were suffering for their country rather than merely enjoying the spotlight. But I suppose I am an old-fashioned man. I prefer a leader who knows the difference between a photo op and a policy, and who realizes that in the real world you can't just call cut when things start to go wrong. However, the American people have spoken. They have cast their votes and bought their tickets. The lights are dimming, the popcorn is being passed around, and the feature presentation is about to begin. I just hope that when the film is over and the house lights come up, we still have a country left to walk out into, and that someone, somewhere, remembered to pay the actors. For if this is indeed morning in America, I can only hope that it is a long-running show with a very generous budget for special effects, because from where I'm sitting, the plot is getting a little thin, and the lead actor seems to be relying heavily on his director's cut. But then again, what do I know? I'm just a man from a century where Bonzo was something you saw at the circus and the president was someone you saw in a history book. In 1980, it seems, they are one and the same, and the monkey, at least, never had any illusions about his own importance. 12. On the absurdity of the yuppie. It has been my observation through a lifetime of watching the human race scramble about like ants on a disturbed hill that every age produces its own peculiar variety of nuisance. In the old days, we had the dandy, a creature who spent his inheritance on silk waistcoats and lavender water, and whose primary contribution to the republic was the ability to look bored in 3 different languages. But the year of our Lord 1980 has seen the emergence of a new and far more virulent species of social parasite. I refer to the yuppie. The name itself, a clattering infantile syllable that sounds like the bark of a small expensive dog that has recently graduated from law school, stands for Young Urban Professional. However, after studying the specimen in its natural habitat, I am convinced it actually stands for Young, Utterly Pretentious, and Incurably Egocentric. The yuppie is a creature of the city, yet he possesses none of the city's grit or soul. He is a man, or a woman, for the yuppie is a gender-neutral catastrophe, who has decided that the purpose of life is not to live it, but to curate it. He does not seek a home, he seeks real estate. He does not eat food, he dines. He does not have a job, he has a career path, which I suspect is a modern euphemism for a very long walk off a very short pier. I encountered a prime example of the species just last week. A nephew of my acquaintance Higgins, a young man named Percival, who works in a skyscraper and wears suspenders that cost more than my first house. Percival does not talk like a human being. He talks like a pamphlet for a Swiss bank. "I'm focusing on my upward mobility, Mr. Twain," he told me, while adjusting a silk tie that was knotted so tightly I feared his head might pop off and roll under the table. "I'm diversifying my portfolio and maximizing my networking potential." "Percival," I said, "that is a magnificent collection of vowels. But could you tell me in the English tongue if you actually do anything? Do you build bridges? Do you plant corn? Do you even know how to sharpen a pencil without a committee meeting?" He looked at me with a pitying smile, the kind of smile a man gives to a grandfather who has forgotten how to use a spoon. "I'm in consulting, Mr. Twain. I help corporations streamline their paradigms." Now, I have seen many a humbug in my time, from the silver-tongued confidence man on a Mississippi steamboat to the politician promising a chicken in every pot. But streamlining paradigms is a masterpiece of the craft. It is the art of charging a man $500 an hour to tell him that his clock is ticking, and then taking the clock as a souvenir. The yuppie lives his life according to a strict and terrifying liturgy of status symbols. The first of these is the German automobile, specifically the BMW. This is a machine designed with Teutonic precision to ensure that everyone in a 3-block radius knows exactly how much the owner owes the bank. The yuppie does not drive this car for transport. He drives it as a sort of mobile ego chamber. He spends his weekends washing it with a chamois cloth made from the hide of a unicorn, and he parks it at a 45-degree angle across 2 spaces to ensure that no lesser vehicle, such as a sensible Ford or a mud-splattered truck, might accidentally brush against its sacred paintwork. Then there is the matter of brunch. In my day, a man ate breakfast to prepare for work and lunch to sustain it. But the yuppie has invented a third, mid-morning ritual that combines the most expensive elements of both while adding a level of pretension that would make a French duke blush. Brunch is a competitive sport. It involves standing in a line for 2 hours outside a cafe that serves Eggs Benedict, which is merely a poached egg drowning in a lemon-flavored heart attack, and drinking mimosas, a beverage that ruins a perfectly good glass of champagne by diluting it with orange juice. I watched a group of yuppies at brunch recently. They sat there in their power suits, clutching their leather-bound planners, and discussed the quality of life with the grim intensity of surgeons performing a triple bypass. They argued over the merits of various brands of bottled water. One gentleman, a fellow with a haircut so sharp it could have been used to shave a pig, insisted that he could only drink water that had been bottled at the source of a specific French spring. "My dear sir," I interrupted, for I can only stand so much nonsense before my tongue rebels. "You are paying $2 for a bottle of air and wetness. The Almighty provides the same thing from the clouds for free, and it doesn't come with a label that requires a degree in linguistics to pronounce." He looked at me as if I had just suggested he wear a burlap sack to the opera. "It's about the lifestyle, Mr. Twain. It's about the image." Ah, yes, the image. That is the true religion of the 1980s. The yuppie is the first human being in history who is willing to starve to death as long as he is wearing the right brand of sneakers while he does it. He has transformed his home into a showroom. I visited Percival's apartment, which he calls a loft, despite it being a perfectly ordinary room with an exposed brick wall that he treats like a holy relic. The furniture was designed by people who clearly hate the human anatomy. There was a chair made of chrome and black leather that looked like an instrument of the Inquisition. I sat in it and immediately felt my spine attempt to exit through my neck. "It's an investment piece," Percival whispered. "It's an abomination, Percival," I replied. "A chair is meant to support a man's weary bones, not to remind him of his own mortality. Do you have anything in this house that was made for comfort, or must everything be an investment?" He showed me his kitchen, which featured a machine that made espresso, a tiny bitter cup of ink that costs a fortune and provides enough caffeine to allow a man to see through time. He showed me his refrigerator, which contained nothing but a jar of gray mustard, a block of brie cheese that smelled like a damp basement, and 6 bottles of Perrier. The yuppie is terrified of the ordinary. He cannot simply have a cup of coffee. It must be a decaf mocha latte with a twist of cinnamon. He cannot simply go for a walk. He must go for a power walk with a weighted belt and a look of existential dread. He cannot simply read a book. He must read the bestseller list so he can discuss it at the next cocktail party. But the most curious aspect of the yuppie is his relationship with money. He loves it with a passion that borders on the carnal, yet he never seems to actually have any. He is a man built on credit. His suit is on credit, his car is on credit, his chrome and leather torture chair is on credit, and I suspect even his tan was acquired through a series of monthly payments to a lady with a spray bottle. He is a glittering shell, a beautiful balloon floating over a canyon of debt. He lives in a state of constant anxiety that someone might realize he is merely a clerk with a very expensive haircut. And yet, the world envies him. The magazines are full of yuppie handbooks and guides on how to dress for success. We are being told that this hollow, frantic, brie-eating existence is the pinnacle of the American dream. We have traded the rugged individualism of the pioneer for the polished conformism of the corporate ladder. We have decided that the measure of a man is not the calluses on his hands, but the thread count of his sheets. I find it all very wearying. Give me a man who knows how to laugh at himself, who wears a coat until the elbows give out, and who thinks that brunch is something you do when you've slept through the breakfast bell at a boarding house. The yuppie is a creature of the moment, a bright, shiny bubble that will eventually pop when the bank realizes he's been using his paradigm streamlining fees to pay for his mimosas. As I left Percival's loft, I saw him standing at his window, looking out over the city with a look of profound longing. I don't think he was looking at the sunset. I think he was looking for a better return on investment. I walked down the street and found a small, dusty tavern where the chairs were made of wood. The beer was served in mugs, and nobody knew what a paradigm was. I sat down, ordered a sensible sandwich, and felt a great wave of relief. For in a world of yuppies and BMWs, there is still no finer investment than a quiet corner, a cold drink, and the knowledge that you don't owe a single penny to the man who invented the chrome chair. The 1980s may belong to the professionals, but the world still belongs to the people who know how to sit down without checking their watches. And if that makes me upwardly immobile, then I shall wear the title with pride, and perhaps a slightly less expensive pair of suspenders. Chapter 13. The Cold War, a Waiting Game. It has been my observation that when two men of high temper and low discretion find themselves in a disagreement over a property line or the ownership of a particularly productive sow, they generally settle the matter with a brisk exchange of insults, a brief scuffle in the dust, and perhaps a strategic cooling-off period in the local lockup. It is a loud, messy, and thoroughly human way of conducting business. But in this bewildering year of 1980, the two most powerful nations on God's green earth have decided to conduct their grievances in a manner that is both entirely silent and profoundly terrifying. They call it the Cold War. Now, I have seen a great many wars in my time, wars with bugles, wars with bayonets, and wars where the primary casualty was the truth and a great deal of perfectly good stationery. But a Cold War is a new and peculiar humbug. It is a war of what-ifs. It is a war of nerves. It is a war where the two combatants stand on opposite sides of a very large fence, holding enough gunpowder to vaporize the solar system, and spend 40 years staring at each other with a look of intense, unblinking suspicion, waiting for the other fellow to sneeze. The primary occupation of the American citizen in 1980, as far as I can tell, is a quiet, domestic form of hysteria known as civil defense. We are told by our leaders, men who, as I have noted, are often chosen for their ability to look good in a three-point lighting setup, that we must always be prepared for the big one. This is not a reference to a particularly large fish or a grand social gathering. It is a euphemism for the end of the world, delivered via a fleet of silver missiles currently nesting in the frozen tundra of the North. To combat this impending incineration, the government has provided us with a series of suggestions that are so spectacularly useless they border on the poetic. We are told, for instance, that if we see a flash of light brighter than 1,000 suns, we should duck and cover. I have spent some time reflecting on this. The idea is that if a nuclear device of several megatons detonates in your immediate vicinity, your best hope for survival is to crawl under a wooden school desk and clasp your hands over your neck. It is a charming sentiment. It suggests that the atomic fireball, having traveled several thousand miles to destroy Western civilization, will suddenly be thwarted by 2 inches of varnished pine and the sheer willpower of a 4th grader. It is the tactical equivalent of trying to stop a charging rhinoceros by whistling a jaunty tune and hiding behind a blade of grass. But the American public is a resilient and imaginative lot. Having been told that the sky might fall at any moment, they have decided to move into the basement. I recently visited the home of a gentleman in Connecticut who had spent his life savings constructing what he called a fallout shelter in his backyard. It was a concrete box buried 6 feet underground, reachable only by a ladder and a heavy steel door that looked as though it belonged on a bank vault. Inside, he had stocked enough canned peaches, dried beef, and distilled water to sustain a medium-sized village for a decade. "You see, Twain," he said, patting the cold concrete wall with a look of grim satisfaction, "when the Russians decide to push the button, I shall be right here, safe and sound, enjoying my peaches while the rest of the world is being turned into a fine gray ash." "My dear sir," I said, looking around the damp, windowless cell, "I admire your foresight. But tell me, once you have finished the last of your peaches and emerged from this tomb to find that the world consists of nothing but rubble, radioactive dust, and perhaps a few very confused cockroaches, what do you intend to do then? Will you start a new civilization based entirely on the trade of empty tin cans? Will you appoint yourself the Emperor of the Cinders?" He didn't have an answer. The survivalist of 1980 never thinks about the day after the apocalypse. He is too busy enjoying the thrill of the before. He enjoys the secret knowledge that he has a hole in the ground and his neighbor does not. It is a peculiar form of suburban one-upmanship. My grass may be brown and my roof may leak, but my bunker is airtight, and I have enough toilet paper to survive the Third World War. The machinery of this Cold War is centered around a legendary object known as the red phone. This is a telephone that supposedly sits on the president's desk, providing a direct line to the Kremlin in Moscow. The idea is that if a mistake is made, if, say, a radar operator mistakes a flock of geese for a squadron of bombers, the two leaders can pick up their respective receivers and talk each other out of ending history. I find this a terrifying prospect. I have dealt with telephone operators. I have experienced the crossed line and the static and the sudden disconnection. I can see it now. The president picks up the phone to prevent the end of days, only to hear a recording of a lady in Omaha asking for the time, or perhaps a busy signal that lasts until the missiles arrive. We have placed the fate of the human race in the hands of a technology that still hasn't figured out how to keep a long-distance call from sounding like it's being conducted underwater. And let us not forget the doomsday clock. This is a metaphorical timepiece maintained by a group of scientists who periodically move the minute hand closer to or further from midnight. Midnight, of course, represents the Big Bang. In 1980, the clock is ticking quite loudly. Every time a Russian diplomat scowls at a cocktail party or an American general mentions his tactical options, the scientists scurry out and move the hand forward a few seconds. It is a grand and spectacular humbug. If the world is going to end, I do not need a committee of physicists to tell me what time it is. I suspect I shall notice it on my own, likely when my hat starts to melt. But the clock serves a purpose. It provides the public with a sense of progress. We can check the morning paper and see that we are only 7 minutes from oblivion, which is much better than being 6 minutes away and surely cause for a celebratory breakfast. But the Cold War is not just about bunkers and clocks. It has invaded our leisure time. In 1980, we have decided that if we cannot defeat the Red Menace on the battlefield, we shall defeat them on the skating rink. I refer to the recent Olympic Games at Lake Placid. The entire nation was whipped into a state of spiritual ecstasy because a group of American college boys managed to hit a rubber puck into a net more times than a group of Russian professionals. It was called the Miracle on Ice. People wept. People danced in the streets. They spoke as if the triumph of our hockey team had somehow rendered the Soviet nuclear arsenal obsolete. "We beat them, Twain!" shouted a man in the street, waving a miniature flag. "We proved that democracy is superior to communism." "Friend," I said, "we proved that we have a dozen youths who are very fleet of foot and possess a remarkable aim with a wooden stick. I am as proud as any man of their victory, but I suspect that the gentlemen in Moscow are still in possession of their tanks, their missiles, and their rather gloomy outlook on life. If we intend to win the Cold War, we may need something more substantial than a power play in the second period. We are a nation obsessed with proxy battles. We boycott the Olympics in Moscow because we disapprove of their travel arrangements in Afghanistan. We stop selling them grain as if the path to world peace lies through the stomach of a hungry Russian peasant. We engage in espionage, a profession that involves men in trench coats taking blurred photographs of empty buildings and trying to poison each other with umbrellas. It is a game of the great humbug. Both sides know that they cannot actually fight, for to fight is to die. So they bluster, and they posture, and they build Star Wars defenses, a plan to put giant mirrors in space to bounce laser beams off incoming rockets. I have read many a dime novel in my time, but even the most imaginative writers of the Yellow Press would have hesitated to suggest that the security of the Republic should depend on a collection of orbiting looking-glasses and a prayer. The 1980s is the decade of the nuclear winter, a scientific theory which suggests that if we do have a war, the resulting soot will blot out the sun, and we shall all freeze to death in the dark. It is a comforting thought, in a way. It means that the survivors of the blast won't have to worry about their aerobic capacity or their brunch reservations. They will be too busy trying to remember what a dandelion looked like. As for me, I refuse to live in the basement. I shall keep my windows open and my rocking chair on the porch. If the red threat is as imminent as the newspapers claim, I would rather see the end of the world coming from the comfort of my own front yard than spend my final hours in a concrete box smelling of canned peaches. For the Cold War is like a very long, very tedious play where the actors have forgotten their lines and the audience is too frightened to leave. We are all just waiting for the curtain to fall, hoping that when it does, it is because of a peaceful resolution and not because the theater has caught fire. I shall trust in the common sense of the common man, which is a gamble, I grant you, but it's the only game in town. I suspect that even the most hardened commissar in the Kremlin and the most zealous patriot in the Pentagon both share a secret, unspoken desire to live long enough to see what happens on the next episode of Dallas. In a world of nuclear terror, the soap opera may be our only true defense. For as long as we are more interested in who shot JR than in who pushes the button, the world might just keep on spinning. The year 1980 is a waiting game, and I have always been a patient man. I shall sit here, watch the sun set over the river, and reckon that as long as the doomsday clock is still ticking, we still have time for one more cigar. And in this electrified age, that is as much of a miracle as any man has a right to expect. Chapter 14. The Architecture of the Shoulder Pad. It has been my long-held suspicion that the human form, as originally issued by the Creator, was intended to be a reasonably streamlined affair, consisting of a series of gentle slopes and soft curves designed to navigate the world without getting snagged on the doorframes. When nature fashioned the shoulders of a woman, she clearly intended them to be a graceful bridge between the neck and the arm, a place for a shawl to rest, perhaps, or a convenient perch for a weary child. But the year of our Lord 1980 has looked upon the handiwork of the Almighty and found it structurally insufficient. We have entered the era of geometric aggression. We have decided that if a woman is to be taken seriously in the Republic, she must first be reconstructed into the likeness of a professional linebacker for the Pittsburgh Steelers. I speak of the shoulder pad, a foam rubber deception that has transformed the feminine silhouette from a thing of grace into a walking, breathing armoire. I was recently attending a high society luncheon, a gathering of what my friend Higgins calls power players, and for a moment I was under the genuine impression that I had accidentally wandered into the locker room of a gladiatorial arena. Everywhere I turned, I was confronted by women whose upper bodies possessed the breadth and structural integrity of a buffalo. They did not enter the room so much as they loomed into it. Their shoulders preceded them by a good 6 inches on either side, creating a sort of personal exclusion zone that made it impossible for a gentleman to offer a polite arm without risking a blunt force injury. Now, there is a philosophy behind this architectural madness. It is known as power dressing. The theory, as it was explained to me by a young lady who looked like she was concealing 2 loaves of bread under the fabric of her silk blouse, is that a woman must project authority in the workplace, and apparently in 1980, authority is measured by the yard. If you wish to be promoted to vice president of a bank, you cannot simply be intelligent and industrious. You must possess a wingspan that would make an albatross feel inadequate. "You see, Mr. Twain," she said, her voice echoing as if it were emanating from the interior of a very large box. "It's about leveling the playing field. It's about occupying space. It's about the V-taper." "My dear," I replied, "if you occupy any more space, we shall have to widen the hallways and perhaps install a set of landing lights upon your collarbones. You have occupied so much space that there is no room left for the rest of us to breathe. If the V-taper continues to expand at its current rate, by next Tuesday, you will be shaped like an inverted pyramid and will likely topple over if you attempt to sneeze. She was undeterred. She believed that her foam-filled inserts were the key to corporate dominance. And she is not alone. Every department store in the land is currently a warehouse for these polyester fortifications. You can find them in blouses, in dresses, in coats, and, heaven help us, even in T-shirts. I saw a woman at the grocery store wearing a casual summer top that featured shoulder pads so massive and so rigid that she appeared to be carrying a small child on each shoulder, though upon closer inspection it was merely the triumph of the upholstery industry over common sense. The physical comedy of the shoulder pad is a source of endless delight for the cynical observer. Consider the act of putting on a coat. In the old days, a coat was a secondary layer intended to keep out the chill. In 1980, putting on a coat over a power suit is an exercise in high-level engineering. You have two sets of pads competing for the same piece of atmospheric real estate. The resulting friction is enough to generate a localized electrical storm. By the time the lady has successfully wrestled herself into her overcoat, she has the physical proportions of a Clydesdale horse and is capable of clearing a crowded sidewalk simply by walking down it. Then there is the matter of the hug. In a more civilized era, a hug was a gesture of affection, a soft and yielding encounter between two human beings. In the era of the shoulder pad, a hug is a tactical collision. You lean in to embrace a lady, and you are immediately rebuffed by two slabs of unyielding foam that feel like the bumpers on a tugboat. You find yourself hugging a suit of armor, and your chin is invariably caught in a thicket of wool and batting that leaves you smelling like a dry cleaner's shop for the rest of the afternoon. But the true genius of the shoulder pad, and again, I use the word with the same respect I would afford a particularly clever insurance swindle, is its ability to grant a woman the silhouette of a man while simultaneously making every man in the room feel as though he is shrinking. It is a biological hoax. We are a nation of people pretending to be broader than we are, taller than we are, and more formidable than we are. I asked a tailor of my acquaintance, a man who has spent 40 years trying to make the human race look slightly less ridiculous, what he thought of this new architecture. "Mr. Twain," he said, shaking his head with a look of profound weariness, "I am no longer a tailor. I am a mason. I am building walls. I spend my days sewing foam blocks into silk. I am creating shoulders for people who have none. I have seen women who are 5 feet tall and weigh 100 pounds, who, after I am finished with them, look like they could pull a canal boat through a lock." "And the men?" I asked. "Are they succumbing to this foam rubber fever?" "They are," he sighed. "They want the strong silhouette. They want to look like the actors on the television, those fellows in Dynasty and Dallas who spend their lives looking into the middle distance and plotting to ruin their brothers-in-law. Every man wants to look as though he could carry the weight of a global oil empire on his back, even if his actual occupation involves nothing more strenuous than licking stamps." It is the television, as always, that is the primary culprit. On the magic flickering box, we see characters like Alexis Carrington, a woman whose personality is a mixture of arsenic and high-grade steel, and whose shoulders are so wide she has to enter the frame sideways. The public looks upon this and decides that this is the ideal. We want the drama, we want the conflict, and above all, we want the padding. We have become a race of imposters. We are building ourselves into monuments of fabric, hoping that if we look imposing enough, no one will notice that we are actually quite frightened of the interest rates and the possibility of a nuclear winter. We are using our clothes as a sort of psychological shield. If I have shoulders that are 3 feet wide, I am clearly a person of consequence. I am a person who cannot be ignored. I am a person who might be stuck in this revolving door for the next 20 minutes. I recently saw a young man attempting to impress a lady at a discotheque. He was wearing a jacket with pads so pronounced that his head appeared to be a very small, very confused grape sitting atop a very large purple mountain. He was trying to look athletic, but he merely looked like a man who had accidentally left the coat hanger inside his garment. Every time he moved his arms, the entire jacket rose up as a single unit, threatening to bury his ears in polyester. It was a spectacle of undignified vanity, yet he carried himself with the confidence of a Roman emperor. What happened to the natural? What happened to the idea that a person's character should be the source of their authority, rather than the thickness of their batting? We have traded the substance of the soul for the volume of the sleeve. We have decided that it is better to look like a refrigerator than to look like a human being. I suspect that 100 years from now, when the historians dig through the landfills of the 20th century, they will find millions of these little foam triangles and wonder what they were for. They will perhaps conclude that the people of 1980 were a tribe of people who suffered from a strange localized deformity of the clavicle, and that we wore these pads as a sort of medical brace. They will never believe that we did it on purpose. They will never believe that we paid good money to make ourselves look like square-rigged sailing ships in a landlocked world. As for me, I shall continue to wear my old linen suits, which possess only the shoulders that I brought with me into the world. They may be a bit sloped, they may be a bit narrow, and they certainly wouldn't satisfy the casting director of a soap opera, but they are honest. When I walk into a room, you know exactly where I begin and where the furniture ends. I do not need foam to give me presence, and I do not need a power suit to tell the world that I am a man of my own making. The 1980s may be the decade of the expanded shoulder, but I shall remain a man of the unpadded truth. I would rather be small and real than large and fabricated, for in the end you can pad your shoulders until you are as wide as the Mississippi, but you can't pad your heart, and you certainly can't pad the fact that you've just spent $40 on a piece of foam that belongs in the upholstery of a cheap sofa. The power players can have their triangles. I shall keep my own shape, and I shall walk through the door frames of life with my dignity intact and my silhouette entirely unencumbered by the delusions of the foam rubber age. For as the old saying goes, the broader the shoulder, the more room there is for a fool to sit upon it. And in 1980, it seems the fools are taking full advantage of the seating arrangements. Chapter 15. The Video Game. Pac-Man. I have lived through many ages of human recreation, and I have witnessed the various ways in which a man will voluntarily part with his dignity in the name of having a good time. In the old days, a boy's idea of a riotous afternoon involved a hoop, a stick, and a muddy hill. Or perhaps, if he were of a more intellectual bent, a game of marbles where the primary risk was a bruised thumb and the loss of a favorite toy. It was a wholesome, outdoorsy sort of idleness that at least allowed a fellow to breathe the fresh air and occasionally witness a sunset. But the year of our Lord 1980 has introduced a new and sedentary form of vice, conducted in dark, windowless caverns known as video arcades. These establishments are the new cathedrals of the youth, smelling strongly of ozone, stale popcorn, and the collective perspiration of 36 adolescents who haven't seen a vegetable in a fortnight. And at the heart of this digital gloom sits the most successful humbug of the century, a glowing, chirping, quarter-eating box inhabited by a creature known as Pac-Man. I stood in one of these arcades just last week, leaning against a wall and trying to understand why a room full of able-bodied citizens was standing in a trance before a collection of flickering screens. My attention was drawn to a machine where a young lad, his eyes glazed with a fanatical, unblinking light, was feeding silver quarters into a slot with the mechanical regularity of a man stoking a furnace. The object of his devotion was a simple, yellow circle with a wedge-shaped mouth. This, I was told, is the hero of the piece. He is a creature of singular purpose and infinite appetite. He lives in a maze of blue lines, and his entire existence consists of scurrying about and consuming small white dots. "What is he exactly?" I asked the lad, as the machine emitted a sound like a digital duck experiencing a rhythmic hiccup. Waka, 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 waka. "He's Pac-Man, man," the youth replied, his thumbs dancing upon a joystick with the frantic energy of a telegraph operator during a flood. "He has to eat the dots to get to the next level." "And what happens at the next level?" I inquired. "He eats more dots, but faster." I stood corrected. It was a digital allegory of the American dream. You spend your life scurrying through a maze, pursued by invisible demons, consuming tiny bits of nothing as fast as you can, only to find that your reward is to do it all over again in a slightly more frantic environment until you eventually drop dead. But Pac-Man is not alone in his blue-walled purgatory. He is pursued by 4 colorful specters, ghosts, I'm told, named Inky, Blinky, Pinky, and Clyde. Now, I have lived a long time and seen many a strange thing, but I find the naming of these ghosts to be a masterpiece of psychological warfare. You have 3 names that suggest a certain whimsical, rhyming malevolence, and then you have Clyde. Clyde is the ghost that truly haunts me. Inky and Blinky are clearly supernatural entities, but Clyde sounds like a man who works at the local hardware store and has decided to take up hauntings as a weekend hobby. There is something profoundly unsettling about being chased to your doom by a creature named Clyde. It suggests that even in the afterlife, the bureaucracy is inescapable. The logic of the game is as follows. If a ghost touches our yellow hero, he emits a mournful, dissolving sound, bloop, 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 pew, and vanishes into the ether. This is death. However, scattered in the corners of the maze are 4 larger power pellets. When Pac-Man consumes one of these, the tables are momentarily turned. The ghosts turn a dismal shade of blue and flee in terror, and for a few brief seconds, the prey becomes the predator. Pac-Man may then consume the ghosts, leaving behind only their eyes, which scurry back to their central lair to be fitted with new sheets. "It's a metaphor for politics," I exclaimed to the youth, who ignored me entirely. "Think of it. The power pellet is the election. For a brief, shining moment, the common man, the yellow circle, has the power to devour the spectral bureaucrats who haunt his life. He chases them. He nibbles on them. He feels a sense of glorious triumph. But the effect is fleeting. Within seconds, the power fades. The ghosts return to their original colors. And the common man is once again scurrying through the maze, desperately trying to avoid being cornered by Clyde from the tax office. The sheer addictive power of this machine is a marvel to behold. A quarter in 1980 is not a trivial sum. It can buy a decent cigar or a very small newspaper, yet these youths part with them as if they were pebbles on a beach. I watched one fellow go through $5 in 20 minutes. He was paying for the privilege of being stressed. He was paying for the right to have a machine make a series of insulting noises at him. When he finally ran out of money, he stepped back from the machine, his face pale, his hands shaking, and his eyes still tracing the ghost patterns in the air. He looked as though he had just survived a shipwreck, yet his first words were, "I almost got the high score." The high score. This is the great humbug of the arcade age. At the end of every game, if you have performed sufficiently well, the machine allows you to enter 3 initials into a Hall of Fame. It is a pathetic grab at immortality. I saw a list that featured JRS, ACE, and a great many versions of XYZ. "Is that your goal, son?" I asked. "To have your initials etched in light on a piece of glass in a dark room until the janitor pulls the plug at midnight?" "It's about the rep," he said. We are a nation that has lost its sense of proportion. We no longer build monuments of granite. We build them of flickering pixels, a word that I am convinced was invented by a man who found dot too dignified a term. We are training our children to be experts in a field that involves nothing more than the twitching of a thumb and the avoidance of a ghost named Clyde. And then there is the Pac-Man fever. This is not a medical condition, though it certainly looks like one, but a popular song that is currently being played on every radio station in the Republic. It is a tune that consists of a rhythmic thumping, accompanied by the actual sounds of the game. People listen to it in their cars. They dance to it in the discotheques I mentioned earlier. They hum it while they are standing in line at the food court. We have reached the zenith of our cultural evolution. We are now singing songs about a yellow circle that eats dots. If the great composer himself were to return to Earth today, he would likely take one look at the Billboard charts and decide that the whole music experiment was a mistake, and that he should have stuck with the whales. But as I watched the youth play, I began to see the darker side of the game. There is a pattern. To truly succeed at Pac-Man, you must memorize the exact path to take. You must turn left at the 3rd dot, swing around the T-junction, and wait for Inky to pass before darting for the cherry. If you deviate by a fraction of an inch, you are doomed. It is a training ground for the corporate ladder. The machine is teaching our youth that there is only one way to succeed: by following the preordained path, by eating exactly what you are told to eat, and by never ever questioning the logic of the maze. It is a school for conformists, conducted in a neon-lit classroom. I decided to try my hand at the machine. I approached the glowing cabinet with the confidence of a man who once navigated a 100-ton steamboat through a pitch-black night on the Mississippi. I dropped my quarter. The music started, a jaunty electronic fanfare that promised greatness. I seized the joystick. I moved Pac-Man forward. He ate 3 dots. I felt a surge of pride. I turned a corner and was immediately met by Blinky. I panicked. I tried to turn back, but the joystick was a fickle mistress. I was cornered. I emitted the bloop, bloop, bloop of failure and was informed that I had 2 lives remaining. I survived for exactly 48 seconds. My high score was so low that the machine didn't even bother to ask for my initials. It simply displayed a message that I am convinced was a digital sneer. "You have to learn the patterns, Mr. Twain," the lad said, looking at me with pity. "Son," I said, "I have spent my life breaking patterns, not learning them. If I wanted to spend my afternoon being trapped in a blue box by a ghost named Clyde, I would have gone into the life insurance business." I walked out of the arcade and into the afternoon sun. The sky was blue, a real blue, not the neon glow of a cathode ray tube. The people on the street were moving in their own idiosyncratic ways, not following a pre-calculated path. There were no dots to eat, no power pellets to find, and as far as I could tell, Clyde was nowhere to be seen. The year 1980 may be the year of the video game, but I shall remain a man of the analog world. I prefer my heroes to have more than one dimension, and I prefer my ghosts to stay in the graveyards where they belong. We are a nation that is currently being mesmerized by a yellow circle, and I fear that if we don't look up from the screen soon, we might find that we have eaten all the dots in the world and have nothing left to show for it but a handful of empty quarters and a very tired thumb. For in the end, life is not a game of Pac-Man. There is no high score waiting for us at the finish line, and the extra life is a myth sold to us by a machine. We only have one trip through the maze, and I, for one, intend to spend mine looking at the scenery rather than the score. Besides, I have it on good authority that in the next version of the game they are introducing a Ms. Pac-Man. She wears a bow and has a beauty mark. Even in the digital world, it seems, the first thing they do when a man finds success is to find him a wife who will eventually ask him why he spends all his time at the arcade. Some patterns, it seems, are truly universal. Chapter 16. The Art of the Infomercial. It has been my long-standing observation that the human conscience is a remarkably sturdy organ during the daylight hours, capable of resisting all manner of temptations, from the lure of a second helping of cobbler to the urge to tell a bill collector exactly what one thinks of his ancestry. However, as the clock strikes 3 in the morning, that unholy hour when the soul is at its lowest ebb and the brain has the consistency of warm porridge, the average American citizen becomes the most gullible creature ever to draw breath. It is at this hour that the great republic surrenders its common sense to a new and shimmering form of sorcery known as the infomercial. In the old days, a peddler of snake oil or universal liniment had to stand upon a soapbox in the town square, facing a skeptical crowd of farmers who might at any moment decide to settle the matter with a coat of tar and a bag of feathers. He had to look his victims in the eye. But in the year of our Lord 1980, the peddler has moved into the parlor. He has been digitized. He arrives via the flickering blue light of the television tube, dressed in a cheap suit and a layer of pancake makeup thick enough to survive a direct hit from a garden hose. And he speaks with a manic, electrified enthusiasm that suggests he has recently swallowed a lightning bolt. I found myself an unwilling witness to this phenomenon just last Tuesday. I had been struck by a fit of insomnia, a condition usually brought on by a late-night cigar or a lingering doubt about the future of the Democratic Party, and I turned on the magic box to see if there might be a respectable documentary on the habits of the honeybee. Instead, I was met by a man who was shouting at me. He was not merely talking, he was orating with the frantic intensity of a preacher who had seen the devil in the front row and was trying to buy him off with a set of kitchen utensils. "Are you tired of dull knives?" he screamed, brandishing a gleaming blade with the air of a man about to perform a ritual sacrifice. "Are you tired of struggling with your tomatoes? Do you want to cut through a tin can and then immediately slice a grape so thin it only has one side?" I sat up. I had never, in my 65 years, felt a pressing need to slice a grape so thin it possessed only one side. In fact, I have always found the grape to be a perfectly manageable fruit in its natural state. But under the hypnotic spell of the 3 a.m. broadcast, I began to feel a creeping sense of inadequacy. I looked at my own kitchen knives, honest, steel-bladed tools that had served me for decades, and I saw them for what they apparently were, blunt, useless relics of a bygone age. I felt as though my entire domestic existence was a sham because I could not, at that very moment, saw through a muffler and then julienne a carrot. This is the genius of the infomercial. It creates a crisis of the commonplace. It takes a task you have performed perfectly well your entire life, such as peeling a potato or catching a fish, and convinces you that you have been doing it with the clumsy incompetence of a drugged rhinoceros. Consider the pocket fisherman. I watched a gentleman on the screen demonstrate this device, a plastic contraption no larger than a child's toy, which supposedly allowed a man to land a 50-pound sturgeon while standing in a business suit on a crowded pier. The man cast the line with a flick of his wrist, and suddenly the music swelled, a triumphant synthesized anthem, as he reeled in a fish that looked remarkably like it had been hooked by a diver 5 minutes earlier. "It's portable, it's durable, it fits in your glove box," he barked. I thought of my friend Higgins. Higgins is a man who believes everything he sees on a screen, provided it is accompanied by a toll-free number. I knew, with a sinking heart, that Higgins currently possessed 3 pocket fishermen, one for his car, one for his office, and one, I suspect, for his bathtub. "Higgins," I asked him the next day, "have you actually caught anything with that plastic whim-wham?" "Not yet, Twain," he replied, with the hollowed-out look of a man who has spent too much time in the insomnia hours. "But the convenience is staggering. I am ready for a fish at any moment. I am a predator in a leisure suit." The infomercial is built upon a sacred liturgy of phrases. The most important of these is, "But wait, there's more." This is the point in the broadcast where the viewer, already teetering on the edge of financial ruin, is offered a second dehydrator, a third set of steak knives, and a decorative map of the constellations, all for the low, low price of $19.95. It is a psychological assault. It is based on the theory that if a man is hesitant to buy one piece of junk, he will surely be convinced if you offer him 2 pieces of junk for the price of 1.5. And then there is the food dehydrator. This is a machine that purports to be a miracle of modern nutrition, but is in fact a device for turning perfectly good fruit into something with the texture and flavor of a discarded leather belt. I watched a lady on the television, a woman whose smile was so bright it appeared to be powered by a separate generator, load a tray with luscious slices of pineapple and kiwi. "Look," she cried, 6 hours of time-lapse photography later, "it's fruit leather." "Madam," I addressed the screen, "if I wanted leather, I would go to a cobbler. I do not wish to spend my afternoon chewing on a piece of petrified pineapple that has had all the joy and moisture surgically removed by a humming box of hot air. If the Almighty had intended for us to eat fruit leather, He would have made trees out of cowhide." But the true masterpiece of the 1980 infomercial is the testimonial. This involves a series of average citizens, usually people who look as though they have been kidnapped from a bus station and told they can have their shoes back only if they praise the product, who stand before the camera and swear that their lives were a hollow misery before the arrival of the Veg-O-Matic. "I used to spend hours chopping onions," a woman sobbed, her face a mask of simulated grief. "My eyes were always red. My husband left me. My dog wouldn't look at me. But then I got the Veg-O-Matic, and now I can chop a peck of onions in 4 seconds. My husband came back, and the dog has never been happier." It is a grand and spectacular humbug. We are a nation that has decided that the primary obstacle to human happiness is the time it takes to prepare a salad. We are being sold a vision of a world where every problem can be solved by a plastic lever and a set of stainless steel blades. We want instant results. We want a new you in 30 days or your money back. We want to believe that if we just buy enough space-age gadgets, we will eventually become space-age people, capable of living lives of effortless perfection. But the reality is far different. The reality is found in the junk drawer of every American home. I have inspected these drawers. They are the graveyards of the infomercial. They contain the broken egg crackers, the rusted Ginsu knives that didn't actually cut through the muffler, the pocket fisherman with tangled lines, and the abdominal exercisers that promised a stomach like a washboard, but delivered only a strained back and a sense of profound shame. We are a nation of tinkers who have been turned into hoarders by the power of late-night television. We are being bullied by shouting men in polyester shirts who tell us that our lives are incomplete without a machine that can peel a grape. As the sun began to rise and the infomercial finally gave way to the morning news, which is merely a different kind of shouting, I turned off the television. The room was quiet. I looked at my old, dull kitchen knife, sitting on the counter. It was a simple thing. It didn't promise to change my life. It didn't offer me a second knife for free. It just waited there, ready to do the job it was made for, at its own steady human pace. I shall stay away from the insomnia hours. I shall keep my 1995 in my pocket and my grapes in their skin. For in a world where everyone is trying to sell you a miracle, the greatest miracle of all is a man who can look at a shouting pitchman and say, "No, thank you, sir. I believe I shall just keep my dull knives and my red eyes, and I shall prepare my salad with the same clumsy incompetence that has served me quite well for the last 60 years. The year 1980 may be the golden age of the "but wait, there's more." But as for me, I have had quite enough already. I would rather be a man of the wait than a man of the more, especially if the more involves a plastic box that turns my dinner into a piece of luggage. Chapter 17, the rotary phone in a touch-tone world. It has been my observation that the progress of man is measured not by how much he has improved his soul, but by how much he has shortened the time it takes to commit an error. In the days of my youth, if a man wished to insult his neighbor, he was forced to perform the labor of walking across a dusty field, leaning over a fence, and delivering the sentiment in person. This provided him with ample time to reflect upon the Christian virtues of patience and silence. And quite often, by the time he reached the fence, he had decided that the neighbor's character wasn't worth the perspiration. But the year of our Lord 1980 has provided us with a mechanical shortcut to our own impulses. We have the telephone, a device that allows a man to be obnoxious to someone 500 miles away without ever having to put on his trousers. However, even within this electrified convenience, a great struggle is currently being waged. It is a war between the old and the new, between the mechanical and the digital, played out upon the small plastic altar of the dial. We are currently witnessing the slow, agonizing death of the rotary phone at the hands of a chirping, impatient usurper known as the touch tone. I have spent a considerable portion of my life in a respectful, if somewhat frustrated relationship with the rotary phone. For those of you in the audience who have been born into the era of the button, let me describe this instrument of domestic torture. It is a heavy, substantial object, usually cast in a shade of beige or avocado green, that suggests the manufacturer was attempting to mimic the color of a depressed vegetable. At its center is a clear plastic wheel with 10 holes, beneath which sit the numbers of the Republic. To place a call upon a rotary phone is not an action. It is a process. You must insert your index finger into the appropriate hole and pull the wheel clockwise until you hit the metal finger stop. Then, and this is where the character of a man is truly tested, you must wait. You must wait as the wheel slowly, ponderously unwinds itself back to its starting position with a rhythmic, clicking whir. Now, consider the mathematics of frustration. If you are dialing a number such as a 1 or a 2, the wheel returns home with a brisk, cheerful efficiency. But if you are unfortunate enough to be calling a person whose telephone number contains a 9, or, heaven preserve us, a 0, you have committed yourself to a significant portion of your afternoon. A 0 is a life sentence. You pull the wheel all the way around, and then you stand there, staring at the wallpaper, contemplating the vanity of human existence, while the wheel takes its own sweet time to return home. And the peril. If on the 6th digit of a 7-digit number your finger should slip, or if you should lose your place in the sequence, there is no mercy. There is no delete key in the mechanical world. You must hang up the receiver, listen for the dial tone, that low humming sound that suggests the machine is mocking your incompetence, and begin the entire labor again. I have seen men of high standing reduced to tears of rage because they misdialed the final digit of a long-distance number and had to face the 04 more times just to reclaim their progress. But the 1980s has no patience for the whir. We have entered the era of the beep. The touch-tone phone is a device that replaces the finger wheel with a grid of 12 plastic buttons. When you press them, they do not whir. They emit a series of musical tones, beep, boop, bip, whir, buzz. It is a sound that suggests a very small, very caffeinated piano is being played by a man with a nervous tic. The primary selling point of the touch tone, I am told, is velocity. You can dial a number in 3 seconds. You can fire off a series of digits with the speed of a Gatling gun. But I ask you, what is the hurry? Is the world so full of urgent news that we cannot spare 40 seconds to dial a 0? Are we so desperate to hear the voice of our aunt in Poughkeepsie that we must summon her with a digital fanfare? The result of this speed is the death of reflection. In the rotary days, the time it took for the wheel to return gave a man a moment to think. Do I really wish to speak to Higgins? He might ask himself. Do I truly want to hear about his new polyester suit and his theory on the gold standard? Often, by the time the 7th digit had clicked into place, the man had come to his senses and hung up. But with the touch tone, you are connected before your conscience has a chance to put on its boots. We are speaking faster, thinking less, and annoying each other with a frequency that would stagger a diplomat. And let us consider the cord. In 1980, the telephone is still a tethered beast. It is attached to the wall by a coiled elastic cord that possesses a malevolent intelligence. The manufacturers, in their infinite wisdom, have begun to sell extra-long cords, lengths of 20 or 30 feet, which allow a person to wander throughout their house while engaged in conversation. I visited a household recently where the lady of the house was on the phone. She was in the kitchen stirring a pot of soup, while the telephone itself remained in the hallway. The cord stretched across the living room like a tripwire in a jungle, snagging the legs of the furniture and threatening to decapitate anyone who attempted to move between the sofa and the sideboard. As she talked, she paced. She walked in circles. She ducked under the cord, then stepped over it, performing a sort of domestic gymnastics that I am convinced is the primary source of exercise for the American housewife. By the time the conversation was over, the cord had been twisted into a dense, knotted umbilical that was 3 times as thick and half as long as it had been when she started. It looked like a very long, very angry piece of black licorice. "My dear," I said, as she struggled to untangle herself from the coil, "you are not talking on a telephone. You are wrestling a snake. Why do you insist on being mobile? If the Almighty had intended for us to talk and walk at the same time, He would have given us longer necks and a built-in megaphone." "It's about multitasking, Mr. Twain," she said, a word that I suspect means doing 3 things poorly at once. Then there is the matter of the busy signal. This is the anthem of the rotary age, though it persists into the touch-tone era. It is a rhythmic, honking sound, bray, 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 that informs you that the person you are calling is currently engaged in a conversation with someone else. It is the most polite way the 1980s has found to say, "Go away. I have found someone more interesting than you." In my day, if you visited a friend and found him talking to someone else, you could at least sit on the porch and wait your turn. But the business signal provides no porch. It provides only a electronic rejection. You sit there, holding the receiver to your ear, redialing every 5 minutes, hoping for the ring that signals your readmission into the social order. But science, never content to let a good rejection stand, has invented call waiting. This is a feature whereby, if you are talking to one person and another person calls you, The telephone emits a sharp, rude click in your ear. You are then expected to put on hold the first person, who is usually in the middle of a sentence, so that you may see if the second person has anything more exciting to say. It is the death of manners. It is the auditory equivalent of looking over your dance partner's shoulder to see if there is someone wealthier in the room. We are now living in a state of interruptibility. No conversation is sacred. No sentiment is so profound that it cannot be truncated by the arrival of a more recent beep. And what of the answering machine? This is a new and terrifying box that sits next to the phone, containing 2 small cassette tapes. If you are not at home, the machine answers for you. It plays a recording of your own voice, usually sounding strained and unnatural, as if you are being held at gunpoint, telling the caller that you are unable to come to the phone right now. Then the caller is expected to speak to the machine. I have watched grown men who have led armies and managed corporations, freeze in terror when faced with the beep of an answering machine. They stammer. They forget their names. They repeat themselves 3 times and then hang up in a fit of existential despair. To talk to a human who isn't there is a psychological trial that the human race was never intended to endure. We are recording our absences, archiving our silences, and filling our tapes with the sound of our own social anxiety. The 1980s is the decade of connectivity, yet we have never been more tethered. We are slaves to the ring. If the telephone sounds, we must run to it. We must drop our forks. We must leave our beds. We must abandon our thoughts, all to answer the summons of a machine that, more often than not, wants to sell us a subscription to a magazine we don't want or ask us our opinion on a brand of laundry soap we've never used. I miss the silence. I miss the era when a man's home was his castle, and the only way to breach the walls was to knock on the door like a gentleman. The rotary phone was at least a slow and deliberate beast. It gave you time to prepare your defense. But the touch-tone age is a relentless beep-booping assault upon the peace of the Republic. As for me, I shall keep my old black rotary set. I enjoy the 0. I enjoy the long, clicking journey of the wheel. It reminds me that some things are worth waiting for, and that most things are not worth saying at all if you have to wait 40 seconds to say them. And if you call me and I do not answer, do not speak to my tape. I do not have a tape. I have a porch, a cigar, and a very firm belief that if the news is truly important, it will still be important by the time you can walk over here and tell me yourself. For in a world of speed dialing and call waiting, the most radical thing a man can do is to be unavailable. It is a luxury that no amount of touch tones can buy, and it is the only way to ensure that when the phone finally stops ringing, you can still hear the sound of your own soul, which, I can assure you, does not go beep. Chapter 18. The Mystery of New Wave Music. It has been my long-standing belief that music, in its purest and most honest form, should be a thing produced by the sweat of a man's brow and the vibration of a string that was, at some point in its history, attached to a cat or a sheep. In my day, if a man wished to conjure a melody, he had to wrestle it out of a piece of wood with a bow or blow it through a brass tube until his eyes bulged like a startled frog's. It was a physical labor, a struggle between the musician and the laws of physics, and when a note was finally struck, you knew it had been earned. But the year of our Lord 1980 has decided that the human element in music is an unnecessary complication, a glitch, if you will, in the grand machinery of progress. We have entered the era of new wave, a genre of noise that sounds less like a song and more like a collection of household appliances having a spirited disagreement in a vacuum. The heart of this new calamity is a device known as the synthesizer. In the old world, if you wanted the sound of an orchestra, you hired 40 men, gave them 40 chairs, and hoped at least 30 of them stayed sober through the second act. In 1980, you hire one pale youth with a haircut that looks as though it were fashioned by a man with a grudge and a pair of hedge clippers, and you sit him in front of a plastic keyboard that is connected to a box of electronic ghosts. I had the misfortune of witnessing a new wave ensemble just last night at a local establishment. I use the word ensemble loosely. It was actually 3 young men who appeared to be in the middle of a very fashionable famine. They did not possess the rugged, unwashed look of the rock and roller, nor the sequined shimmer of the disco devotee. No, these were creatures of the new wave. They wore skinny ties, garments so narrow they looked like a single strand of black linguine hanging from the neck, and jackets with sleeves pushed up to the elbows, as if they were prepared to wash the dishes the moment the song was over. And the hair! I have spent many a night in the territories watching the wind howl through the sagebrush, but I have never seen anything as wildly improbable as new wave hair. It is asymmetrical. It is a geometry lesson gone violently wrong. One side of the head is shorn to the scalp, while the other side features a cascading wave of dyed black thatch that obscures the wearer's vision. It is the haircut of a man who was interrupted halfway through a barber's chair by a fire alarm and decided to keep the results as a tribute to his own confusion. "What do you call this, son?" I asked the lad at the keyboard, who was currently pressing a single button that produced a sound like a digital canary being stepped on. "It's synth pop, Mr. Twain," he whispered, looking at me with a gaze that was both vacant and profoundly artistic. "It's about the alienation of the urban landscape. It's about the coldness of the machine." "Well," I said, "you've certainly captured the coldness. I haven't felt this chilled since I spent a winter in a cabin with a broken stove and a copy of the Congressional Record. But tell me, where is the tune? Where is the part where a man might feel inclined to tap his foot or perhaps sing along without feeling like he's joining a cult?" He didn't answer. He couldn't. The beat had started. New wave music does not swing, and it certainly does not groove. It pulses. It is a rhythmic thumping produced by a drum machine, a box that has been programmed to hit a snare drum with a mechanical precision that would make a Prussian general weep with envy. It is a sound devoid of soul, devoid of error, and therefore devoid of humanity. It is the sound of a heart made of silicon and copper wire. As the music, if we must call it that, began to fill the room, the youth at the microphone began to sing. I use the term in the most liberal sense imaginable. He did not use his diaphragm. He did not project his voice to the rafters. Instead, he spoke in a low, monotone drone, as if he were reading a list of ingredients on a box of laundry soap. He didn't seem to be happy. He didn't seem to be sad. He merely seemed to be modern. The lyrics were a masterpiece of the unnecessary. "I am a robot," he intoned. "Beep boop, The neon lights are flickering. My heart is a circuit board. We are dancing in the ruins of a department store. I looked around the room. The youth of 1980 were enthralled. They were not dancing in the way I recognize, which involves a certain amount of contact with another human being and a risk of stepping on someone's toes. No, they were new-waving. They stood 3 feet apart, their arms stiff at their sides, their heads bobbing with a jerky, mechanical motion that suggested they were all being operated by the same remote control. They looked like a collection of very stylish marionettes whose strings had been shortened. It occurred to me then that new wave is the music of the future, as imagined by people who are deeply suspicious of it. It is the music of a generation that has grown up with the VCR, the microwave, and the Rubik's Cube, and has decided that the only way to survive in a world of machines is to become a machine oneself. They are mimicking the very things that are making them obsolete. But let us consider the video. In 1980, it is no longer sufficient to merely listen to a song. You must watch it. There is a new channel on the television called MTV, which stands, I presume, for Monstrous Television Vanity. It plays nothing but short films of these new wave bands. I watched one such film, a music video, featuring a group of Englishmen wandering through a desert wearing pith helmets and playing synthesizers atop a sand dune. There was no plot. There was no logic. There was only a series of rapid cuts. The picture changed every 2 seconds as if the cameramen were suffering from a localized earthquake. One moment you were looking at a man's ear, the next at a spinning bicycle wheel, and the next at a woman with blue hair holding a goldfish. It was a visual assault designed for a populace with the attention span of a startled hummingbird. "Why are they in the desert?" I asked my friend Higgins, who was staring at the screen with a look of slack-jawed wonder. "It's a vibe, Twain," he replied. "It's a concept." "Higgins," I said, "a concept is an idea that has been thought through to its logical conclusion. This is merely a man in a pith helmet standing near a cactus for no apparent reason. If I wanted a vibe, I would sit on a vibrating chair at the state fair. I want a song. I want a story. I want to know why the goldfish is blue. But New Wave doesn't care about why. New Wave only cares about now. It is the music of the fleeting moment, the music of the plastic surface. It is the auditory equivalent of the polyester I have so often lamented, shiny, artificial, and likely to cause a rash if you stay in it too long. There is a subgenre of this movement known as goth. I saw a group of goths lurking in a corner of the club looking as though they had just been evicted from a very gloomy crypt. They wore nothing but black. Their skin was painted a deathly white, and their hair was teased into great, gravity-defying explosions of charcoal-colored frizz. They looked like they were in a state of perpetual mourning, though when I asked one what he was mourning, he sighed and said, "The emptiness of the soul." "My dear boy," I told him, "if your soul is empty, you might try filling it with something other than black eyeliner and songs about rainy days in London. Have you tried a pork chop? Have you tried a brisk walk in the sunshine? Have you tried reading a book that doesn't have a skull on the cover?" He looked at me as if I were a particularly garish sunset and drifted away to the sound of a synthesizer mimicking a funeral dirge. I fear for the Republic. We are raising a generation of modernists who believe that a drum machine is a substitute for a heart and that a skinny tie is a substitute for a character. We are trading the warm wooden resonance of the past for the cold plastic chirp of the 1980s. We are becoming a race of new wavers, bobbing our heads in time to a clock that has no hands. However, I suspect that even this shall pass. Music, like the river, has a way of correcting its own course. Eventually, the power will go out, the batteries in the synthesizer will die, and the drum machine will develop a mechanical stutter, and when the silence finally falls, someone will pick up an old battered guitar or a dusty fiddle, and they will strike a chord that actually means something. They will sing a song about a girl or a home or a loss that wasn't modern, but was merely human. And on that day, the new wave will break upon the shore and vanish, leaving behind only a few discarded skinny ties and a great deal of very expensive hairspray. As for me, I shall stay away from the synth pop. I prefer my music with a bit of dirt on its boots and a bit of history in its voice. I shall go home and listen to the wind in the trees, a melody that has been new for 10,000 years and hasn't yet felt the need to wear a pith helmet or a gold medallion. For in the end, a man's ears were made for the truth, and the truth is something that no machine, no matter how many buttons it possesses, can ever truly synthesize. Chapter 19. A Critique of the 1980 Census. There is a peculiar species of madness that strikes the federal government once every 10 years, a sort of bureaucratic fever that compels it to drop whatever mischief it is currently engaged in, usually involving the misappropriation of the public treasury or the invention of a new and more complicated way to lose a war, and instead focus its entire terrifying attention upon the act of counting. I speak of the census. In my younger days, the census was a relatively dignified affair. A gentleman would arrive at your door, tip his hat, and inquire as to how many souls were currently residing under your roof, how many of them were capable of bearing arms, and whether any of them had recently died of the cholera. It was a simple, muscular accounting of the Republic's strength. But in this year of our Lord 1980, the census has evolved into a masterpiece of impertinence. It is no longer a count. It is an interrogation. It is a document that seeks to strip a man of his mysteries and reduce his entire existence to a series of marks upon a piece of paper that will eventually be fed into a humming electronic computer in some basement in Maryland. The document arrived in my mailbox like a summons from the afterlife, a thick, formidable envelope that seemed to glow with the self-importance of the United States Department of Commerce. I sat down with it, a sharpened pencil, and a glass of something medicinal, and prepared to engage in a battle of wits with the state. The first thing one notices is the distinction between the short form and the long form. This is the government's way of playing a game of chance with your Saturday afternoon. Most citizens receive the short form, which asks only the basic questions required to ensure the government knows how many representatives you are entitled to ignore in Washington. But every sixth household is honored with the long form, a document so vast and so inquisitive that I am convinced it was drafted by a man who once worked for the Spanish Inquisition and felt the career change was a lateral move. Naturally, I received the long form. It began with a question regarding the head of household. This is a term designed to spark a civil war in every parlor in the nation. In a more sensible age, the title was understood or at least contested with a certain amount of domestic flair. But in 1980, the Census Bureau demands a definitive answer. They want to know who is in charge. I looked at the question, then I looked at the cat, who is currently occupied with the systematic destruction of a lace doily. And then I looked at the lady of the house, who was regarding me with an expression that suggested my own headship was a legal fiction I would be wise not to pursue. I decided to leave the box blank, figuring that if the government couldn't figure out who was running the country, they had no business asking who was running my kitchen. But that was merely the appetizer. The Census Bureau then proceeded to inquire into the state of my plumbing. They wanted to know if I possessed a flush toilet. Not merely if I had access to one, mind you, but if it was for my exclusive use. They wanted to know if I had hot and cold piped water. They wanted to know about my bathtub. I found myself blushing. It is a strange thing to be sitting in one's study in the middle of a Tuesday, being asked by the President of the United States, via a printed form, about the intimacy of one's bathing arrangements. My dear Bureau, I thought, if I have a bathtub, I can assure you I am using it for the purpose for which it was intended, and if I am sharing it, it is certainly none of your business unless you intend to provide the soap and a fresh towel. Why does the state require this information? Do they intend to launch a national campaign of communal scrubbing? Do they suspect that there is a secret cache of uncounted citizens hiding in the nation's shower stalls? Or is it merely that the modern bureaucrat cannot sleep at night unless he knows exactly how many gallons of water are being diverted into the ceramic basins of the citizenry? Then came the employment section. The Bureau is very concerned with how I spend my daylight hours. They asked if I worked for pay last week. They asked how many minutes it took me to travel to my place of business. They asked if I traveled by car, truck, van, or other means. I considered writing in other means a cloud of existential dread, but I feared the computer in Maryland might experience a mechanical seizure. The 1980 census is obsessed with the commute. It is convinced that the most important thing about an American is how long he sits in a metal box on a highway. They want to know if you carpool. They want to know if you use public transportation. They are trying to map the frustration of the populace. I suspect they use this data to determine exactly where to place the most annoying road construction projects for the following year, ensuring that the maximum number of citizens are subjected to the commuting experience for the longest possible duration. And then there is the matter of race and ethnicity. The 1980 census has provided a list of categories that would baffle a genealogist and offend a saint. They want to know if you are white, black, Japanese, Chinese, Filipino, Korean, Vietnamese, or other. If you choose other, you are invited to print race. It is a grand and spectacular humbug. The United States has spent 2 centuries bragging about being a melting pot, a place where the nations of the earth are stirred together into a new and glorious stew. Yet every 10 years, the government arrives with a set of tiny tweezers and attempts to separate the carrots from the peas. They want us back in our jars. They want us labeled. They want to know exactly what kind of hyphenated American you are, so they can better decide which promises to break when they come around looking for your vote. I encountered a census taker a few days later, a young man with a clipboard and a look of profound state-sponsored exhaustion. He was wandering the neighborhood trying to find the people who had neglected to mail in their forms, likely because they were still trying to figure out how many bedrooms they had. "Mr. Twain," he said, recognizing me from a distance, "I see you haven't returned your long form. I'm here to assist you." "Young man," I said, leaning against the fence, "I am currently at a stalemate with question 24. It asks me for my total income from all sources. I find the question to be a violation of the ancient right of a gentleman to be as broke as he pleases in private." "It's for the statistics, sir," he sighed. "We need to know the poverty level." "The poverty level?" I replied. "I can tell you exactly where the poverty level is. It's about 3 inches below my current bank balance. But why must the government know? Do they intend to send me a check? Or do they merely wish to ensure that I am being impoverished in a manner that is consistent with the national average?" He didn't have an answer. He merely checked a box on his clipboard. I suspect he checked the box for difficult citizen, a category that I am proud to have occupied since the administration of Andrew Johnson. The 1980 census is a symptom of a larger disease, the quantification of the soul. We have become a nation of data. We are no longer people, we are demographics. We are income brackets. We are housing units. We are commuters. The government believes that if it can just count us correctly, if it can just determine the exact number of bathrooms per capita and the average number of minutes spent waiting for a bus, it will somehow understand the American spirit. But you cannot count a laugh. You cannot measure a dream with a number 2 pencil. You cannot put a mark in the box for the feeling a man has when he watches the sun set over the Mississippi, or the particular brand of stubbornness that makes a farmer stay on his land when the river is rising. The Census Bureau knows everything about my plumbing, but it knows nothing about my character. It knows how many rooms I have, but it has no idea what is being said in them. As the young man walked away, his clipboard clattering against his hip, I felt a wave of sympathy for the computer in Maryland. Poor humming beast! It is being fed millions of lies, half-truths, and other races. It is being told that the American people are a collection of statistics, when in reality we are a collection of glorious, unpredictable, and thoroughly unmeasurable eccentrics. I shall eventually mail in my form. I shall tell them I have a bathtub. I shall tell them I travel by other means. I shall tell them that my race is human, mostly, and then I shall go back to my porch and continue the only kind of counting that matters, the counting of the hours until the 1980s are finally over and we can all stop being data and go back to being people. For in the end, the government may know how many of us there are, but as long as we keep them guessing as to what we're actually thinking, the Republic is still in reasonably good hands. Or at the very least, it hasn't been entirely swallowed by the long form. And if they ever ask me why I didn't carpool to my place of business, I shall tell them that a carpool requires a car, a pool, and a willingness to listen to a stranger's opinion on new wave music. 3 things that I am currently, according to my own private census, entirely without. Chapter 20. The Final Verdict. We have come at last to the end of our journey through this neon-drenched wilderness, and I find myself sitting upon the same porch where we began, looking out over a republic that is currently vibrating with the energy of 1,000 synthesizers and the collective hum of several million microwave ovens. It has been a long year, this 1980, a year that has felt at times like a very long and very expensive fever dream from which the patient refuses to wake, primarily because he is too busy watching a recorded broadcast of a football game he already knows the score to. I have weighed the evidence. I have examined the mustache. I have wrestled with the VCR. I have been insulted by the Rubik's Cube. And I have been physically rebuffed by the shoulder pad. I have seen the youth of the nation turn into pack-men and the elders turn into mall walkers. I have witnessed the elevation of an actor to the presidency and the elevation of a piece of fruit leather to a nutritious snack. And after a careful and exhaustive study of these phenomena, I am prepared to deliver my final verdict upon the year of our Lord 1980. The verdict is this: the human race is exactly as foolish as it has always been, but it has finally succeeded in making its foolishness portable. In my younger days, if a man wished to be an idiot, he had to do it in person. He had to stand in a public place and demonstrate his lack of common sense through word or deed. It was a localized disaster. But in 1980, we have democratized the humbug. We have invented tools that allow us to be absurd in 3 different time zones simultaneously. We carry our distractions in our pockets. We wear our vanities on our sleeves, literally with the aid of foam padding. And we have decided that progress is measured by how quickly we can get to a place we didn't want to go in the first place. Consider the saved time I have mentioned so often. We have machines to wash our clothes, machines to cook our potatoes, and machines tell us what time it is in Tokyo. By all rights, the American citizen of 1980 should be the most leisurely creature in history. He should spend his days in deep philosophical contemplation, or perhaps writing poetry, or at the very least, taking a very long and well-deserved nap. But is he? Heaven preserve us, no. He is busier than ever. He has used the time he saved with the microwave to go jogging. He has used the time he saved with the VCR to work a second job, so he can afford a better VCR. He is a man on a treadmill, metaphorically and increasingly physically. He is running faster and faster to stay in the same place, and he calls this success. We have reached the zenith of the artificial. We live in a world where the grass is made of plastic. On the astroturf fields, the music is made of electricity, and the personalities are made of public relations. We have become a nation of labels. We want to know if a thing is designer, if it is digital, if it is high resolution. We have forgotten how to look at the thing itself. We are so busy reading the operating manual for our lives that we have forgotten to actually live them. I encountered my friend Higgins one last time this afternoon. He was wearing a new pair of parachute pants, trousers made of a thin, rustling nylon that featured more zippers than a convention of haberdashers. He looked like a man who was prepared to be dropped into a war zone at a moment's notice, though I suspect the only war he was engaged in was a struggle to find his car keys in one of his 14 pockets. "Twain!" he cried, the fabric of his legs whistling as he walked. "It's a new age. We're moving into the information era. Everything is going to be connected. We're going to have computers in our homes. We're going to have data at our fingertips." "Higgins," I said, "you already have data at your fingertips. You have the history of the world in the library, you have the weather in the sky, and you have the character of your neighbors in their actions. What more information do you require? Do you think that if you have a machine that can tell you the price of hog bellies in Chicago in 3 seconds, you will somehow be a wiser man? Or will you merely be a man who knows, with great precision, exactly how much more it is going to cost him to have breakfast? He didn't understand. He can't. He is a creature of the 1980s. He believes that the answer to every human problem is a new and improved version of a machine that didn't work in the first place. He believes that if we just keep adding memory to our computers and hold to our hairspray, eventually the world will be perfect. But I know better. I have seen the future before, and it always looks a lot like the past, only with more expensive hats. We think we are modern because we have Pac-Man, but we are still just children playing with hoops and sticks. It's just that the hoops are now made of neon and the sticks are operated by a joystick. We think we are informed because we have the evening news, but we are still just listening to the same old gossip, delivered by a man with better teeth and a more expensive suit. The 1980s is the decade of the glittering surface. It is a time of flash and bang. We have decided that if we can't solve the Cold War, we can at least win a hockey game. If we can't fix the economy, we can at least buy a pet rock. We are treating the serious problems of the world with the same gravity we afford a Rubik's Cube. We twist it, we turn it, we get frustrated, and eventually we just peel the stickers off and pretend we've won. And yet, for all its absurdity, for all its polyester, its new wave moaning, and its blinking 12 o'clock, there is something undeniably human about the year 1980. It is a spectacle of hope. It is a nation trying to convince itself that it can outrun its own shadows. It is a people who, despite the threat of nuclear winter and the price of premium gasoline, are still willing to stand in line for an orange Julius and wish upon a blue-dyed fountain. It is a grand, spectacular, and thoroughly ridiculous show. As for me, I have finished my report. I shall leave the Walkman and the workout to the next generation. I shall leave the microwave to the people who are in a hurry to be disappointed. I have discovered that the only thing that truly matters in any century, be it the 19th or the 20th, is the ability to sit still long enough to hear the truth, and the courage to laugh at it once you've heard it. The year 1980 is drawing to a close. The mirror ball is slowing down, the leg warmers are starting to unravel, and the president is preparing for his next scene. I suspect that the 1980s will continue for some time, that the more will become even more, and the faster will become instant. But I shall not be there to see it. I have had quite enough of the new wave. I am ready for the old calm. I shall go inside now. I shall light a cigar, a real tobacco-filled cigar that doesn't require a battery or a safety warning from a committee of scientists. I shall sit in my wooden chair, the one that doesn't have a V-taper, and I shall listen to the silence. It is a beautiful sound, the silence. It doesn't hiss, it doesn't beep, and it never ever tells me that I am late for a brunch. The world may be modern, and the year may be 1980, but I am still Mark Twain. And if there is one thing I know for certain, it is this. You can dress a monkey in a polyester suit, give him a gold medallion, and teach him to do the hustle. But at the end of the night, he is still a monkey, and the suit is going to be a devil of a thing to clean. Farewell to the 1980s. You were a magnificent humbug. You were a hilarious calamity. You were a year that wore its heart on its shoulder pad, and for that, if for nothing else, I suppose I must offer you a tip of my hat, but I'm keeping my hat. I suspect that in 1981 they'll try to sell me a digital version of it that tells me when I'm thinking too much, and I'd rather just keep my own head. Thank you very much. The credits are rolling. The Pac-Man has been caught by Clyde. The VCR has finally eaten the tape, and the blinking 12 o'clock has finally, well, it's still blinking. Some things, it seems, are truly eternal. The end. This has been Mark Twain.